Yo, Dan, Pat. All right, so the voice is coming through to YouTube, but the video is not. But that's okay. You don't need to look at me. You just need to hear me. All right. Welcome to Game 1 Lonewolf. Looks like we're kicking off a little bit early. On stream table for Game 1, we have Pat versus Dan. I'm just going to give a quick run through of the lists while Dan and Pat deploy. So, my man Dan playing Trident Realm of Neritica. Sorry about that, technical difficulty. All right, Dan with Trident Realm. So Dan is running with the special character, he's running a 17 drop list with 28.5 unit strength, thanks to that special character. So Dan has a horde of Naiad Ensnarers. They've got Poison Frogs and Brew of Strength. He's got a Thule regiment with Poison Frogs and Blood of the Old King. 3 regiments of River Guard, 1 with Poison Frogs, and 2 with Javelins. There's 2 hordes of Gigas, big shield thick boys. There's 3 regiments of Tidal Swarms, a Nucker, a Thule Aquamage that has Rising Tides, Edge Periscope, and Barkskin. A Naiad Envoy with Loot for Banechant 2. A Riverguard Sentinel with Javelin, Depth Thrower Eternal, and Riverguard Dambuster Sentinel. So 28 user strength is a lot, 16 drops is a lot, so there's a lot of scoring drops in Dan's force for what looks like it's Pillage. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks with those markers like it's Pillage. So then Pat's got Night Stalkers, he's got a Legion of Bloodworms, there's 4 troops of Reapers, a horde of Butchers with Sharpness, a regiment of Shadowhounds with Helm of the Drunken Ram, a horde of Fiends, a Mind Screech planar apparition style, a Shadowhawk, a Horror with the Vicious Aura for infantry, clearly looking to get the Vicious on those Reapers and Bloodworms, a Dream Hunter, and a Dread Fiend. So with the special character, that comes at a significantly lower 14 drops and 22.5 unit strength. All right, so jumping over to the deployment, let's see what's down. So starting off, obviously Dan's got the 3 Tidal Swarms up front, and it looks like he's about to place his first Gigas down. Bit of a janky positioning, hoping to probably stop the double charge on those Gigas with that Tidal Swarm regiment. Looks like on Pat's side that's got to be the Bloodworms down. It's hard to see off the camera, but that is a rather large footprint of a unit. So that's probably the Legion of Bloodworms he's got down on the left-hand side. Probably some Reaper troops. It looks like screened behind those, and what might be the Butcher Horde, perhaps, as well in the center of the table. Titan Boy looks like it's got to be the Shadowhawk. And that's likely the Horror that's just gone down. And I'm joined now by Lexi. Hello.
Good early morning from the other side of Australia, or almost saying I'm right next to you, basically.
Yeah, Lexi's, 10 minutes drive away, but for us it's the other side of the world from Lonewolf as it's happening right now. Lexi, I've just given a run through of the lists. What I'll do, shoot them over to you so you can have a quick peruse, and let's get your thoughts on this matchup and how you see it going. So I'll shoot you over. That should be Dan's Trident Realm list, and then we've got Pat on the other side. So Dan's on the top, playing Trident Realms, and Pat is on the bottom, and playing
Oh, what's this? Trident Realms, and it's not all frogs. This is luxury by our standards in Queensland.
Yeah, it's also not all fools, so there's that as well.
Variety, that's lovely. What do we have today? Oh, these are going to be fun, aren't they? Alright, so... Night Ensnarers, full, free River Guard, 2 Gigas, free Tidal Swarms, a Nucker, an Aquamage with the Periscope. But again, that'll do it. Night Envoy. It's quite a bit of variety in the Trident realms there. That'll make it interesting.
Yeah, the Aquamage also has the Wild Charge 1 aura as well, so that's going to be potentially clutch with a couple of these charges that Dan can pull off.
Right. Oh, it's the Universal Wild Charge. That does help. Okay, so speed-wise, what? Oh, 5, 6, 7. Mid-speed range, nothing ridiculously fast, but a decent bit of fly in there, I believe, with the River Guard. Yep. And stealthy. Okay, nice mixture of keywords.
Yeah, so those River Guard become charge 15, which is
yeah,
quite nice.
Look, that'll be it's going to be versatile. What do we got on the Night Stalker's side? Big old block of bloodworms. Well, that's always going to be.
And we can see clearly on the stream which unit that is. It's the enormous unit taking up a third of the table.
Yeah, that would do it. That would definitely do it. What else have we got in here, though? 4 troops of Reaper troops. Is that a common choice? You know what? 15 attacks, crush 1, melee 3. Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, good second wave unit.
Butcher Horde. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Those things make my ogres cry every time. Brew of Sharpness, just to get them right up there in the power level. Makes sense. Shadowhound's Veins, Mind Screech. It's interesting. Not as fast as I was expecting for Night Stalkers. I'm used to seeing like a lot of the quicker units coming out to play alongside their sort of big bricks, but there's definitely a lot of potential in there just with the actual amount of killing power available, which it usually feels like Night Stalkers are on the lower end for, so different way to do it.
Yeah, so it looks like Pat's put I think that's the Shadowhounds right out on the left flank, and the Fiends looks like on the right flank. He's got down his 4 Reapers, he's got his Shadow Hulk down. I think that's the, I think I can spy the... look at that 50 in the middle. Is that the Mind Screech or the Dread Fiend, you reckon? Probably the Dread Fiend, given it's on the line. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm currently thinking that I wouldn't want to be having a Mind Screech right up front, but I guess we'll see it if it pops down.
And Dan's Tidal Swarms, those 3 regiments up front. He's got his 2 Gigas down. There's the Night Ensnarers holding the center of the board.
Yeah.
Then what's he got? The Nucker looks like sort of in the center of the table.
I think that looks like the Nucker just from the coloration, but I mean, is there anything else?
It could be the Depth Horror Eternal as well. I would have kind of assumed
Dambuster Sentinel. Although I would imagine,
true.
Surely not, right?
I would think that the Nucker would be down on a flank somewhere though. So probably not that. Yeah, it's probably one of the heroes.
This might be easier for us to actually work out once everything's down, and we can logic our way through where everything is.
Once he moves it, if it goes 18 inches, it's the Nucker.
What's popping there just in front of the? I assume that's the Bloodworms, monstrous mass.
Yeah, just next to Pat's hand, there's got to be the Bloodworms.
Yeah.
And I think the scenarios must be pillage from the placement of the markers.
That would make the most sense. So, okay, it looks like we've got the Night Stalkers wanting to play a bit more aggressive. They don't want to sit back. They want to be pushing into the midfield and up. And then it looks like, on the other side, it looks like the Trident Realms are going to play slow and defensive, which, you know what, when you've got 2 Giga Hordes sitting in there, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so Dan's obviously looked at this building, I think, and just thought, let's play on 2/3 because I'm not as fast. However, he has left a fair bit of a gap between that building and his right flank, but left as we're seeing it. So I am a little bit concerned about that unit of Shadowhounds that can make it up in first turn. It'll make it up around that forest and start looking for flanks.
Well, we're getting the scout moves right now, so it looks like everything's actually down on the table, so we should probably make sure we know where everything is. So obviously this is going to be the 3 tidal swarms bounding up the field. Dash 12, Defense 2, they do have Ensnare, which is going to help them a little bit with surviving, but there is a lot of light chaff killing things on that Night Stalker's side, so they're going to have to be careful with supporting, or at least blocking the right things up with those tidal swarms. It looks like that might be the Nucker on the far left-hand side, potentially. It's a bit hard to tell.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
I mean, so Monster 50 mil base, the Depth Horrors are 40 mil, then the River... Okay, look for the one that's a slightly bigger base size, I suppose. Which you really can't even tell even when looking properly. Oh, goodness gracious. I guess we'll find out when it does go flying.
That's a 40 mil. That's a 40 mil out on the left.
Okay, so then that's probably the Depth Horror or the River Guard Sentinel, would you reckon?
It would have
probably
to be the Depth Horror. Depth Horror is a large infantry, so that's on a 40, whereas the others are both monsters on the 50s. So that's
right.
Depth Horror out on the left.
Yep.
So then, yeah, it's a case that, well, he's... I would say...
Oh, I should check for my reference. Do they have command dice in play for this?
No, they don't.
No, okay.
They do have... If you can see, both of them have a Cav hero. I think they're both Cav heroes.
Yes,
yeah, they are.
The bonus heroes.
Special characters. I'm not sure. Their lists don't specify which one they have, but it's the Wolf or the Ranger, the Lone Wolf or the Ranger. So Pat's got his down in front of his Bloodworm Legion, turned sideways.
That's the cavalry model that I was wondering about.
Yep, and over on the right, between 2 regiments, Dan's got his on the front line.
Alright, so Trident Realm side with Dan Carmack looks to be going... Oh, actually, is he going first, or is that just he's setting up measurements for... it looks like we do have Trident Realms actually taking the first turn.
Looks like Dan's going first.
Yep, okay, he's doing the classic measuring to make sure that he doesn't walk into range of, fiends, which is a very understandable thing to not want to do. 24 attacks, hitting on 4s with Crush 1 and Vicious. That's going to hurt a lot of things, and even more annoyingly, they're just annoying to get rid of afterwards.
Yeah, as an aside, it would be nice to get a bit better resolution on this, because Dan's armies are all gorgeous, so it'd be nice to see them in a bit closer detail, but, we can't have it all. We're watching a game from the other side of the world, and that's something.
Okay, it's the best we can do. So it looks like we've basically got the River Guard Brick is holding up our right flank, his left flank in this case. So they're looking to take, I assume, the hill and the objective early, so we'll see if the River Guard can hold it. I mean, they've already got Fiends in direct opposition, so it looks like Patrick is thinking of ignoring the flank, potentially. Certainly one unit of Fiends is not going to deal with that many units of River Guard early on, but it depends on if he decides to swing anything around, I suppose.
Yeah, there's only the one objective out there. Maybe Pat can sort of hold up several units by forcing them to not reveal a flank and just use the Fiends like that and come in late.
Are we missing an objective, by the way? I'm only seeing 6 right now. Shouldn't there be 7?
Yeah, I mean, either it's been missed or maybe they rolled, or the pack might have just specified 6 instead of 7.
Interesting.
The base scenario does say that it's D4 plus 3.
Oh, true. I suppose for reference, we in Australia, we always use pretty much set values just to make our lives easier, but
well, that's also to support the blackjack scoring system, which scales specifically based upon the maximum possible victory point scorable in the map. So
spoken like a blackjack scoring champion, right there.
Yeah, so we always do that. I guess if you're doing win-loss draw or any other kind of scoring system, there's more sort of wiggle room for different. It doesn't. I think the new scenarios are all very prescriptive in terms of their layout, so I
No, this
don't
is
know
the
that.
scoring batch, right? From Clash of Kings 25?
Uh,
Sorry, the progressive scoring ones, aren't they?
yeah, well, some are, some aren't, but none of them have this kind of setup. I can only really think that, and there's no tokens on these, right? So if it was Fool's Gold or Smoke and Mirrors, there would be tokens on them, and there'd be more of them. So it's not
And
those.
we know it can't be raised because otherwise they would all be
Gotta be
sitting
within 6
exactly on
inches.
the 6-inch line.
Yep. So the only option then is Pillage. So it's got to be Pillage with 6.
So
Which does change the game up a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say, unless they just haven't bothered marking the central one, this does bring the interesting point of, like, a draw is much more doable if you have units left at the end of the game.
Yeah. There's no... well, that's the other thing, right? There's no central token for Pillage. One person places 4, the other one places 3.
Right. Shows how good my memory is right now.
It is after midnight.
Yeah, that is true. 12 in the morning. Happy Sunday, Saturday, everyone. What unit has popped up over there? Can you make out what that unit on the left-hand side is? I'm assuming, is that something that's scouted up from the...
That's the Shadowhounds is moving up.
Okay, right.
They're nimble, so you can double them up and turn them in.
Oh, right. I should probably check, is there even any shooting in here? So we've got, what, javelins and 2 units?
Yeah. Dan has some shooting, but Pat doesn't.
Yeah. And it's literally, it's 12-inch range, javelins, and then a Bane Chant. Okay, so it's not... Oh, and Bark Skin. Don't see that as often. Ooh. Bark Skin going on
Dan doesn't have shooting on the Tidal Swarms, so he's just basically got the Rever Guard.
Yeah.
And the
then,
Sentinel
I believe,
as well.
what have we got on the other side? I'm assuming just the Planar Apparition, so Heal and Mind Fog.
Yeah, you could try and waver something with a cheeky Mind Fog, but that's about it.
Dash 12, or actually, 10-12 on the Aquamage or 9-11 on the Envoy, if you can get the angle on them.
I wavered in the last tournament. I wavered a unit of sharpshooters with a Mind Fog. That was glorious.
Oh, that is... Don't tell me that when I want to play Dwarf. Please don't.
And that was Adam, so he deserved it.
Okay, that's fair. For those who don't know, Adam is the other one of the other very competitive players in Queensland who also usually uses the Flying Circus to make the rest of us miserable, alongside Luke here. So,
except now it's actually playing dwarves to make everyone's lives miserable.
Yeah. So, generally playing pretty aggressive. I'm guessing probably floating just outside of charge range of the actual heavy threats on the Trident Realms, but this is probably going to be like a turn... I just realized that wasn't a piece of terrain, and that was actually a creature. That is gargantuan. What is that? Is that the Shadow Hulk?
Shadow Hulk,
probably, right?
Yep.
Oh boy.
I think Pat's strategy here is to, given that he's got the speed to get the flanking maneuvers, I think he's trying to spread things out and push things forward to force Dan to have to turn one way or the other, and then hopefully get a cheeky flank in somewhere.
Now, I
those
agree
gigas
with that.
there, yeah.
Well, what's interesting here is that when we've got on the right flank, the Fiends have actually backed up defensively. And now I understand why they're backing away, because if that Tidal Swarm gets too close and charges, the Fiends won't really care. They'll just eat the damn things. But then all 4 of those units of what is it? 1 unit of Fool and 3 River Guard units rolling up behind it are going to very quickly start to make that flank very unbalanced. I'm a little... It's interesting. Those Shadow Hounds are definitely... They're a huge threat on that flank, especially because do they have Ferocious Charge? Is that the unit that has them, or am I thinking of the wrong unit?
The Shadow Hounds
Yes, they do.
They have Ferocious Charge and Thunderous Charge too, thanks to the Helm of the Drunken Ram.
Yeah, so that means that those 20 attacks that they have that are normally hitting on 4s are going to be hitting on 3s on the charge, because Ferocious Charge is evil. Thunderous Chew, thanks to a Helm of the Drunken Ram, and they've got a completely clear shot. Oh, well. Not completely. The, looks like we've got some...
Oh, here's the man Dan himself, come to talk us through his... Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So we got Luke, and someone I haven't met.
Alexi.
Hi, Alexi.
Alexi?
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
All right, so end of round 1. We're vibing so far.
Yep.
Shadowhounds on the flank are a little scary, and we'll just see where we end up.
And it's pillage, is it, with six objectives?
6 objectives. It plays like pillage, basically.
And then the center is +1. This is +1 for him, and that's +1 for me. And we each have a secret one.
Yep, so +1. Plus
custom scenario, there we go. All right.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. There we go. Let's go. Okay.
13 here.
Nimble is cool.
The best rule.
Nimble's the greatest of rules.
And the evilest of rolls.
Nimble's amazing. We love it.
Hey, Pat, is Dan still drunk, or is he now in hungover mode?
Still drunk. Still drunk. Tell the people at home. Let them know.
That's how you keep from having a hangover.
Yeah.
Dan is still drunk, but he made the game. He made it there for the start of the tournament.
I did leave. I left the bar at like 2:30, so it's fine.
Could have been worse.
It's all good.
And getting aggressive with some tidal swarms, it seems.
Oh, well, look, I mean, that's what they're there for in the end. Cheap as chips, happy to throw them into the grinder if it means that a bunch of the nastier Night Stalker units aren't moving around too much.
What's their max range?
12.
12? Dang.
Actually, we should ask, shouldn't we? With the monstrous beasties, which one's the Knucker and which one is the River Guard?
Got Knucker,
Pond Warden, Depth Horror.
Pond Warden, Depth Horror.
Cool.
The River Guard that are combat, so +1 crush strength are the orange ones. And purple and green are shooting. They have the javelin attack.
Gotcha.
Right, so
Yeah, so we do have about 30-second delay. So we've got the Knucker on our right, we've got the River Guard in the middle, and
The Dam Buster, I believe. Oh, not the Dam Buster, the
Pond Warden.
That's the one.
so there's Pond Warden's in the middle, and then yep.
Let me mark it before I start.
You that's right. You play your game. We're just talking in the background.
Oh no, you're part of this now.
I see.
I'm gonna phone. I get one phone a friend per round, and it's coming to you, Luke. Help!
I can't help you. You don't have anything that flies.
All right, fair enough.
Yes, he does. River Guard.
Well,
Yeah,
true.
yeah. Fair
They're
enough.
like Temu fly.
Yeah. They're just boing, really.
There we
Maybe
have
an
flies at
angle,
home.
but I'm too lazy to check it. So max plus. Got all the speed on him. All the speeds. Very nice. Ooh. Over here is not as cool. Not vibing with this at all. And this is just like fucking. They're fun. They're good. Charge 10. That. Sidestep, nimble, because nimble's the best rule in the game. And we've got an arc, and we'll check it. It should be okay.
Yeah, you good.
Kill.
Alright, so Dan's moving up aggressively on our right to zone out those brave fiends that are running away.
Oh yes, the bravest.
Bloodworms, shadow hounds, sharpness butchers.
And then Planar and Dreadfiend.
Planner, Dreadfiend.
Yep, the plane are out on the far left, providing his...
Oh yep, I see him.
Yep,
Just to the
probably
the
just within 6 of
southwest
everything out
the
there.
terrain.
Yep.
Oh, let's see. Let's see.
Question is, we're going to see a mind fog from it cause some mayhem, or is it just going to sit there and look pretty and heal things?
Maybe it's chaff.
Okay.
Everything is chaff if you try hard
Yep.
enough. Or don't care enough.
Or if you fuck up.
I mean, at that point, you are also chaff as well, in fairness.
I feel like
Yes.
that kind of might be the thing. Maybe a little tighter. Maybe. And that might be it. She hasn't moved. I could shoot. If I move.
Gaps in the line, nowhere for characters to go barreling through, really. So it looks like if the Night Stalkers want to break, they're going to have to punch through hard.
Yep. Let's see. We're about to hit a bark skin on the tidal swarm. Try to hit a bark skin on the tidal swarm. We'll use pink dice because pink is awesome.
Oh, 5 dice, 2 pluses. Surely you'll get at least one of them, right?
This would be a lot easier if they were playing with command dice, because the Trident Realm has access to the 2 cost per free Barkskin token order that they can use
Bark
twice.
skin 3 on the tidal swarm.
God.
Yeah, so with the Buckskin
I rolled
caster,
poorly.
that gets you Buckskin on 3 units.
I think over to you.
Yeah, only Barkskin free. That's
So
unlucky.
bottom of 2.
Come on, you're 10.
This time I'll have like a pretty bad thing in a second.
They're both in a flank. Got that. Still think they got that.
Typical of nimble, speedy force, Pat's measuring all of the flanks and figuring out what can charge where.
Oh, look, I mean, the natural thing, right, is that whenever you look at a battle, 2 battle lines head to head with each other, most people naturally go straight across the line. But If you've got the speed and the agility to do it, crossing over makes just as much sense and usually works out better.
How's your stick real quick?
Yeah.
Absolutely. It can also help you with the positioning and double charges to make sure that certain models or units end up on the correct side.
Oh no! Did you paint them with the blackest black?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell. It's cool.
Oh, but where's pinkest pink?
Yeah. So Shadowhound charge Depth Horror. Unhindered charge due to Dread Fiend.
These two would charge the flank of the Gigas.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, so the Shadowhound's just fit in that gap by probably millimeters.
Easily, I would say millimeters. They also avoid the terrain piece, which is important when you consider they've got the helm
Furious
sitting on
charge.
them.
Yeah. Well, ferocious charge and the helm,
Ferocious,
yeah.
not furious. Yeah, ferocious.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. You're teasing
That's
me.
gonna
You're
slap.
not allowed to do that anymore. You're not allowed to tease me anymore.
Plus,
Get away,
Flank on the flank on the Gigas with butchers. That's gonna hurt.
Yep. I mean, look, they're still armor 5, still 15-17,
It is
but
a hindered charge, but I'm not sure that's gonna matter.
Stop teasing me.
unfortunately, it's also a brew of sharpness unit of butchers, so they're still hitting on 4s with 36 attacks.
I'm frustrating for Dan.
It's also saying fuck that Tidal Swarm in particular.
Oh yeah. How dare they dare to exist? Get them out of here. Barkskin, who cares?
Yeah,
That's called queer baiting. Like, she flat out told me that.
it's basically that. Yeah, Zorro nailed it. And you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it, Magoo.
Hands off from here on out. No hugs, no nothing.
No hugs?
No tip to tip.
I don't even get a hug?
No.
Not one hug?
The Night Stalker left flank is going hard, meanwhile the right flank is playing very cagey.
You gotta give me a little hug.
Yep, running away.
Like,
Can I have one hug?
flat out. You were
Just like Sir Robin.
And I'm like looking at Dan, and Dan's like,
I'm sure if we listen really carefully, we can hear the sound of coconuts going behind those fiends.
I don't know what's going on here. I just got attacked.
I also didn't know what was going on
I was
there.
like, did Dan tell you something? Like, did he say
No.
something? She's like, I can just
Looks like
tell. And I
Pat's
was
trying to
like,
get his angles right with those fiends so they can charge no matter what angle someone reveals themselves at.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Wait,
Essentially covering the flank, which, I mean, he has to. Look how many units are hanging around over there.
No, it's so funny.
I'm like, did Dan tell her something?
No.
And she like I was feeling
Magoo,
bad.
you're the answer.
I believe that's the
Give me a hug.
wolf
Don't-
running
don't let me
around.
have none of this.
Bro, I was like, I feel bad. I was like, am I really like
I just
fucking with Dan?
we were
It's
just
like,
we were just messing
Dan
around
and
at
his
the bar.
dumb chin wagon.
That's all we do. Messing around at the bar.
I got covered and told that I'm a problem in Dan's life because shit.
But at the bar. At 2 o'clock, you never know what you're gonna run into. That's the thing.
Trying to get me to understand that because I'm straight in Dan's game, the way I act with Dan is frustrating to him in his life. I'm a problem in his life. I'm not taking it.
Obviously, when he knew them for 20 minutes, she knows. She also knows.
I think those fiends there are outside of the 10 of that Tidal Swarm, so they look fairly safe.
But I'm going, Dan's
Yep.
drunk, like, I'll be honest.
What?
I mean, I can just see where the 12-inch marker on the
Well,
tape
that's
measure
true.
is, so yeah, they look to be clear.
I'm talking to him. Luke has already told me I can't phone a friend, not even once, which is bullshit. You're from the future. I need your assistance.
Did y'all catch that blank that he gave me?
I think everyone's from the future, actually. No,
Okay,
yeah, I didn't see
you need
that
to
blank,
sacrifice
so-
at least free flying units if you want Luke to even look at you.
Yeah, basically.
Alright,
So
my fault.
we're gonna.
Station ass.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Maybe pause.
Mind fog.
Yeah, and then
Mind fog went off.
Bane chant there.
Bane chant goes off.
Alright. Nerve over there.
Okay.
Who's hanging out just off the side of the stream there, Dan?
7 nerve on the mind fog, so no bueno.
Might have his mic off now. Or his speaker off.
I was worried that I was apparently.
Not good.
Dude, we just ride the vibe at the moment.
So I'm like, dude, but
So we had an unsuccessful mind fog going off on, I think it was the tidal swarm, although hard to tell.
I've been trying to wave at the character there in the middle, looking at his butcher's flank.
Yes, the envoy. Where's it, the envoy?
That would have been a nice waver if you could pull it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lost an hour of sleep because of that bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, if it was the envoy, only one shy. It was close.
I was just worried about me and you. I told her, I was like, 9. We don't need to be having this
9.
conversation. I need to have this conversation with him at this time.
Yeah, we're so good. A 9. So that is a 9. Yep. That's a 7.
7.
That's what you needed.
Yeah, needed a 6.
Oh, dread. Good call.
All right, so the titles look to be out, which I guess surprises no one when they got smacked with a Bloodworm Legion and Reapers. Oh no, never mind. That was the the Shadowhounds.
Yes.
Shadowhounds into the Depth Horror was a kill due to avoiding the terrain. Yeah.
Dream Hunter.
Now, even if the Gigas manage to survive this, somehow they're in a world of hurt.
Oh yeah. And sadly, they don't really have the attacks to necessarily take one thing out with them, really, do they? 12 attacks, sitting on
that's
3,
what they're for.
crush 2.
Depth Horror did 2 wounds. 2. Hopefully that's legible on stream.
Butchers with Elite. On 4.
A lot of ones.
Oh, Butchers with Elite. Oh boy.
Yeah, hindered on 4. And
Yeah.
they have Elite because of Dream Hunter.
Okay, so the Dream Hunter's giving them Elite.
One more 30.
Is he going again, or is that?
No, that's all the dice.
No.
Okay, so they're
No, they can only hear from here. Yeah. So we're trying to keep them informed. This game will be over quickly, I think.
Yeah, I cannot argue with the over quickly sentiment.
There will be a winner in this game. That is sure.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we already have other Australians in our chat are already saying they think that the Night Stalkers might have it already.
There you go.
I don't know. I'm not. I
Hey,
think there's still a chance for some frog supremacy here, but I don't know. Maybe the alcohol's been a bit strong.
controls that right flank there, so the game's not over. But this left flank is caving hard now, so he's in a world of hurt. I do think that Giga Horde there has managed to survive somehow, even that flank charge. You know, hindered.
That looks like a slow. No, it did not. It just blew up.
It's gone. All right, we do have a slight delay.
All right.
The dream is over.
They're dead.
I'm watching you take it off right now.
If you aren't taking the phone a friend, I will phone the other friend in the chat.
That's too pretty of a Giga Horde to be taking it off the table so soon.
Oh yeah.
I got through about 1.
And then wounding.
I think you failed the tactical stratagem of making your opponent roll double ones a lot. I think that's what's happened here.
Yeah, that never works for me.
You never need it to work.
Oh, so they do.
I'm just going to grab the 6s.
About 1 o'clock. About mine, I was about 1 o'clock. Started doing it.
If of all things the title swarm is what survived here, I swear.
It's gonna be the
It
title.
shouldn't.
It's always the title swarm, my friend. Little fishies. Oh.
So 1/6.
I don't think they're
One
so
wound?
good, Luke.
Hindered from the bloodworms. That's a whole lot of
Go on
fail.
fives. Still 40 dice on fives.
On 6.
No, it's so it's sixes.
Oh right,
It was sixes, and the nerve check was a 7. I'm going to try to show it on stream with something that you can read. We're using SpongeBob dice for the nerve check, which even in person are very hard to read. But
It's more dramatic though.
but it's under the sea, and we love it. We don't love that we gave up a flank charge on the Gigas. We didn't see that, so that's unfortunate. But now we make our glorious return.
Holding a whole flank with a single title swarm.
Yes. What more do I need? They have ensnare, Luke.
Yep.
I'm going to show you how to play this game.
Days. It'll be
Right
there for
now.
days.
I'm going to teach you.
All right, I'm watching.
Shall I get the popcorn ready, or?
I've got popcorn. I should cook it. Hey Dan, if you can hear this, do you want to talk us through the characters that both of you chose for the special character at this event?
Pardon?
What special character did you and Pat take?
He took the wolf, which is the combat one, cavalry guy in the back, and I took the ranger, which is the shooting one, who is the Gatling gun guy here.
Yep, and they're both.
Use them? Probably not. Probably not.
Well, get healthy. Who knows?
Shooting in
But
Texas is frowned upon, so I'm probably just not going to take the shots.
I don't think that's true. I don't believe that statement at all.
My guy, I'm telling you firsthand. You better believe me. What in the world?
Is that why I've heard about the all of the Texas terrain?
That's where
Just
that's
to avoid
from.
that shooting.
I really do wonder what would happen if I did bring the ultra heavy ogre shooting army that I've got sitting on the shelf to a tournament.
Yeah, I've got one called Boomtown.
I feel like you and I have a very similar idea.
Yeah, I've played Boomtown as well, and it works pretty well.
The only downside is that you have to double your turn length.
Yeah, there is that.
Oh, I'll destroy you. They can move 7.
So we've got the Trident Realms starting to push out that reserved right flank, or left flank for them, I suppose. Although they are, of course, being wary of those fiends that are hanging around at the bottom of the map, because that's got devastating potential, as we've already seen from the Butchers getting a sneaky flank charge off.
Yeah, hopefully Dan can spot more of those the rest of the game.
Question is, where is that second Giga grid going to go? Because that's probably the linchpin of the formation right now.
If those ensnares can get into a good position, though, they can hold up a lot for a long time.
What's your opinion on them? I don't know, like, our local area never seems to run the damn thing, seeing as our only Trident Realm player has a love for frogs that won't stop.
Yeah, so in Northern Alliance, basically. So they do see a lot of play there locally, particularly from Paul. The best strategy against those is ignore them for the entire game.
What are they?
Just
2022, defense free, snare, Pathfinder, regen 4. Yeah, that's the unfortunate bit.
Just charge around them or try and get a flank late in the game.
Yep. Oh, Crush. Oh, okay. Brew of Strength today. So melee 4 and 25 attacks of Crush 1 are actually a viable threat on the counter charge.
And the poison frogs as well.
Poison Frogs does what? Sorry, I'm not used to Trident Realms.
So that's the 3 rerolls.
Right. Is that basically the same as the Ogre Crocodogs, where you reroll 3 dice of ones, or? You know what? What am I doing? I can just open up the companion and check.
You know what you could do?
Mm-hmm.
You can just open the companion and check.
Yeah. Why am I
It's
thinking of
after
that?
no. So the Crocodogs are the hit rolls. And it's re-rolling, I think, ones maybe, but the poison frogs
you can re-roll up to 3 dice that are ones to hit.
Up to 3. And you can give them brutal.
Oh.
It's significantly better, I think.
Okay.
Oh, okay, right, yep. Yeah, right, once per game brutal, that's quite nice. Is it an expensive
I think I want the flank here.
Alright.
Yeah.
That was a dunk. How heavy is that guy?
He's not that heavy.
5 points
He
for
ain't
once
that
per
bad.
game brutal. I mean, what? It's 10 points for the what is the item that gives brutal by default?
Compare it to Skullpole in Orcs, right? This gets the rerolls and the brutal. Skullpole just gets the brutal.
No.
You want to feel the heavy, sweet warrior? That's all. That's the original. They're all better.
Wait, what's
So
the
in the-
reroll
in
they're
the-
getting on it?
Sorry?
Sorry, I was checking. What's the reroll that the Trident Realms are getting out of this?
In which, so?
Just because poison. Sorry, maybe I'm completely looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the poison frogs and just saying that it gives them brutal, but that they can choose to use after rolling to wound.
Oh, sorry,
damage.
sorry, yeah, it's not, yeah, it's just the brutal. Yeah, okay, it's not the reroll anymore. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just the brutal, sorry.
I think that's a cool organization. We hope.
Look, the chaff wall is reforming, so the right flank might be able to get back in place.
Unfortunately for Dan, he's kind of being enveloped in, right? That's with the faster, nimble army, and he's kind of getting that, wrap
Have you
around.
told him how drunk I am, Luke?
I'm aware that you were drinking until quite late, and that Matt
I heard 2.
didn't know whether you would even show up today.
Damn, that's a runner. Yeah. So, as long as you're aware.
I'm well aware. Even if no one told me, I can tell.
I think we could guess. Yes.
That's what I love about you. You understand. Okay. So we're gonna shoot. Shooting. Shooting the Shadow Hulk. Stealthy, I'm assuming. So 5s from the character.
Noise.
Fuck you.
And then defense 5.
4s.
2.
2.
Remember your business?
Speaking of drinking, I just topped myself up.
That's nearly 1 a.m. That's the right time, right?
That's perfect.
16 inches. I believe hitting on 3s with like a lead.
Looks like a couple of wounds have been put into the Shadow Hulk from some pesky javelin shots. Probably not enough to matter at the moment, but
He would have
every
loved a
little
double
bit
six
counts.
there.
16 inches.
Big shield on the Gigas is not going to help that much against a Shadow Hulk to
How
the
many
front.
attacks?
No.
Okay.
No, decidedly not.
This will work. So, Stealthy takes it to 4s with Elite. No Elite.
And then on 3, 16. 1.
Ooh.
And then there will be shattering in play.
One Reggie got in, the other Reggie did not. This is going to be on 6s.
Shattering. I was going to say, I don't know what has shattering from shooting there, but I'm guessing that must be the unique character that they've got.
Yeah, it could be the
It's the character. It is the
Yep, there it is.
the Lone Ranger, I should say, to confirm.
Almost could say he's the lone half of Lone Wolf.
3 wounds.
Up to 6.
Yep. The Lone and the Wolf.
I'm sorry, is this meant to be a Total War Warhammer DLC?
I don't think I can do anything, right?
Nice.
Yep.
I would have thought being in Texas it would be Lone Ranger.
I'd think.
I don't know where my die went, but
I don't know though, the Lone Wolf Ranger would sound a little bit strange, all things considered, and a bit confusing.
Alright, more wounds on that Shadow Hulk. Ignoring the stealthy and just throwing everything at it. In the hopes of...
Look, when most of the army has
April,
stealthy anyway, you basically have to just pick something and chuck everything at it.
found it. Okay, over to you, I think. Bottom of 3. Oh, shit, yeah. Combat time.
Don't forget the combat.
That would help.
Good on you, Pat.
Five?
No, that helps.
Huh?
Double your attacks?
Yes.
Only 5? Shit.
Yes. I too am surprised.
Thanks to Scott in chat, we've got the rules for the Lone Ranger and the Lone Wolf.
A 5.
Do you want to cover the Lone Ranger there? And I'll do the
Yeah, so Lone Ranger is the hero of Texas. The Lone Ranger has elected to join your cause. During the tournament, you'll be able to use one of these units alongside your army for all of your games. You must select the same character to use for all 5 games. So the Lone Ranger is Speed 6, Melee 4, Ranged 3 up, Defense 5, 5 attacks, 13, 15 nerve. He's Inspires Self. He's got a unit strength of 0.5. He's treated as an ally, so not core for any rules that target core units. And he's got Silver Bullets, which is got a magical repeating pistol, range 16 inches. So that's a 22 inch threat range. Piercing 2, Shattering 1, Duelist, and Elite.
11.
Wow.
And he's can be either a 20 or a 25mm base.
Hailstorm's overpowered, Luke. Nerf him. We rolled 2 11s. Let's go. Let's go.
Everyone, Vital Storm's overpowered. You heard it here first.
No.
They're even better with shooting.
Oh yeah.
I can face any direction.
Oh god, they actually
Charge me in
killed
the room with your bloodworms. Charge me
That's
in the room
amazing.
with your bloodworms. Do it.
Alright, well, while the Lone Ranger on the top side is celebrating their victory, I'll quickly cover the Lone Wolf that we can see on the riding on the southern side of the board. So the Lone Wolf is a Speed 8 Melee 3 with no range whatsoever. He's Defense 5 and 6 attacks with a nerve of 13, 15. Once again, he's a Texan, so he self-inspires, and he's got a unit strength of 0.5, and likewise, he's an ally for all intents and purposes. However, let's go to the combat stuff, because that's what matters. He has Dread, always lovely, Thunderous 1, Crushing 1, good combo, Pathfinder, and Vicious on a cavalry base. So, quite a nice little backup, well, defensive hero, really. I mean, six attacks, sitting on freeze with that stat line, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, so he's basically like a beefed up unicorn.
Yeah, pretty much. Free unicorn. I mean, a lot of people would take that.
Well, and it slaps harder than a unicorn, a lot more reliably. And so the wolf and the ranger can execute a heroic feat once per game. So they last for one turn, and they can't do any others beyond the first one that they do. So the wolf can do Bare Your Teeth, which gives him Dread 2, or he can do a Full Moon Rising, which he gains Cloak of Death for that turn.
Oh, that's nasty on a cavalry base.
Yeah, given that he's already got Dread, I would say that the Cloak is just always better.
Yeah, because you're pretty much doing another point of damage to everything anyway. It's the same effect.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, new sheriff in town. So Ranger has all friendly units within 6 inches gain +1 nerve. I'm assuming that's designed so it doesn't clash with rally. So
yeah, it would stack with
really
rally,
interesting. Really interesting defensive option. And Shining Star, he gains Shattering 2. Now that is fun with that actually quite strong weapon that he's got.
Yes.
5 attacks, 6-inch range, hitting on freeze, Shattering 2. That will make a mess of something. Especially when, like, firing in conjunction, it's just a pity that right now it's fighting the army that it hates the most, the all-stealthy army.
And then this one's strange. So either of them can use OK Partner, which is one friendly unit within 9 inches may make one of the following bonus moves, including if they are locked in combat but fail to rout an enemy. So they can turn 90 degrees, remaining in contact with the enemy. 180-degree turn, likewise remaining in contact. Sidestep D3, remaining in contact. Back up D3, which doesn't specify you remain in contact, obviously. So that can actually get you back out of combat. And then overrun or advance D6 plus D6 inches, which is huge. So particularly if you hit an individual.
Did Jeremy join?
Right.
Yep.
Jeremy! I know that username.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
howdy.
Jeremy.
I'm just trying to get the feed up. It's on YouTube, right?
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
I feel like that's a very obvious thing.
So, checking on OK Partner, so it basically seems to be essentially an extra set of movement that you can do after completing a combat, which allows for some pretty drastic, like, repositioning. I mean, if I'm reading that right, is that essentially 2d6 forward or like 2d3 back or sidestep?
Which one? Sorry, the last one.
Yeah, like.
That's a sidestep or a
probably
backup.
not reading it right because it's wheels within wheels right now, and their strategy just that you wouldn't understand.
Oh,
Don't worry about it, Luke.
Yeah, Dan's over here playing 4D chess. We're trying to figure it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll get that.
I love
If Pat
Pat's
doesn't understand
purple
what
hair.
I'm doing, it's great. That's
trying to
the play.
distract you, Dan, with his hair.
Yes.
It's working.
It's under a
I
it's under a
guarantee
hat
it's working.
Now, so Jeremy's that's a good call. We should bring it out. We're gonna bring it out. Let's bring out the hair. Okay, now
Sun's
Pat's
out, guns out, Pat.
questioning. Now Pat's in trouble. But he also has great hair. Look at his hair. You can see it on stream. It's beautiful. It's like the best color of all time.
Adam Ballard is also into the chat.
He's gorgeous.
Hey.
And good at the game. It's not fair. Let that be
Okay,
known
I
across the seas.
think I've managed to puzzle out OK Partner, and it's quite the interesting special rule that they've added here. So, one friendly unit within 9 inches of our friendly local ranger or wolf has the option of basically making a move in the combat phase. Interestingly.
It's a pseudo surge. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah. It's so you have the option of basically doing a 90 or 180 degree turn, or you can do your standard D3 sidestep, backstep, or D6 overrun advance. But the caveat is on what you can do and when you can do it. So, for example, you can do an extra D6 overrun or advance, but only if you've routed an enemy unit.
Yeah.
which is such an interesting little caveat.
Yes.
So it's a once per game, essentially, just surge, but with, either like a direct line movement or with a redirect.
Yeah. It's got its weirdness. That is for true.
I wonder if sidestep could be a pseudo surge. If you sidestepped, such that you contacted an enemy unit, would that count as a charge?
Yeah.
So the crazy thing,
It would.
yeah. And the crazy thing that can happen is you can do your normal combat reform after this or before this. So if you choose, if you're 8 inches away from an enemy, you can overrun your D6 normally, and then you could do the extra overrun to get an extra combat off of it.
Yep.
Well, assuming that you're eligible to anyway.
Cool.
I'm assuming it's using the same rules as normal overrun, though, so only if you've gone through a character or so on that doesn't have Mighty? I think Mighty's what stops it, right?
No, Mighty just doesn't allow a normal charge. If it's an individual, you can always overrun off of it.
Yeah. I've done that before, overrunning 2 Mighty characters into a third unit. Interestingly, I guess the filth choice then is Rack and Slaves, because they can take the Chrysler Impaler, they can kill something in combat, post-combat reform in any direction, and then overrun and get another charge.
And 2.
Yep.
God.
Alright, so back to this game. So while we've been talking about these filthy characters, Pat has caved in the left flank somewhat more. He's still playing cagey out on the bottom right with his fiends, being zoned out by that tidal swarm that's really, putting in work.
They're hindered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Pride and Realms has still
I'm
arguably
thinking
got
of
control
putting that.
over 3 of the objectives quite neatly. Or at least, they're exerting pressure pretty heavily on 3 of them. That said, with the amount of Night Stalkers flowing in on that sort of left flank, it's questionable how long they're going to hold. I think the question is, are the Naiads going to be able to hold against, Shadowhounds and the Butchers?
That was a quadruple charge in the front, however, a lot of those units
is that
are
a quadruple?
hindered.
No, it's not a quadruple, it's a triple charge, because that's the tidal swarm off the corner.
Okay.
Right, yeah, triple charge.
15.
And we've lost Jeremy.
16 with Dread.
They're honest errors, and those butchers are hindered as well, so they're hindered and ensnared.
Hounds are going to be at -1 to hit and no thunder.
Roll the bob. Yeah, roll the bob.
Although it is only defense 3 still.
Would kill.
Boxcars would kill. All right.
7.
That's a 1, right?
That's a 7. So 7
plus 16 is 23. So that
What's my nerve?
23.
What's my nerve?
Oh no, died by 1?
Damn.
You're kidding. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate. They probably don't. Well, yeah, they have that turn. They could do that, I guess, if you want them to.
Dream Hunter will go 4. Vince.
Yeah, fuck him.
I didn't catch that. How much damage did they take?
16.
15 or 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, 16 damage. It was 16 plus 7 for 23.
So, look, average said it was going to die, but that was still a very, very close to being able to survive.
Yeah.
Although the caveat is being wavered, it doesn't necessarily help as much in that situation.
Wavered, I have Aura Fury, so.
Never mind, that would have done it.
Yeah. I know what I'm doing, kind of, Luke, I promise. More efficient.
Just so you're aware, in our local chat, Grant said the Naiads going to have to keep on the middle unit or get flanked by the Hounds.
The mill,
Oh,
yeah.
Never mind.
The mill, yeah.
They're not countercharging anything.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah. Okay, we'll start with 6. I'm gonna make Pat time out. That's the secret. God damn it, he's beautiful though. He's not gonna time out.
Careful, if you keep on watching the lovely purple hair, you're going to time out.
Yep.
I would be the one to time out. That's 100% true. But if he kills all my stuff, I can't time out because I'll just be done.
Oh no, you can't spitefully time out.
You can take as much clock as you want with 0 units on the table.
Future plans is important. So
if everything dies, Dan, just go take a dump while your clock's running.
No. Just sing us a ballad in honor of your frogs.
It's looking like lose right now, which is fine. I love to lose round 1 to Zoro. It's happened before. I actually might get more points in this. I might get more points. Yeah, so we're going across to the dive bar, and we're thinking like 3 beers and a turkey club is the play.
Only 3. I was expecting 4 at this point, at least.
Well, I mean, we're not counting everything I've had. I'm just saying at the bar I'll have 3 for lunch, and then we'll go back to the bar at, in the evening, and we'll do more. Yeah, we've already.
We're hydrated, clearly.
We're 4 locos in already. So
Dan, are you secretly Rashad?
No, he showed up to get one.
Rashad wishes he was me.
He wishes he could hold his liquor like you, hey?
Yes, no. Lesser men would have died. I'm gonna die on the table, but survive in real life.
That's the main thing.
The way I see it, you're just rationing out your death to your models.
Yeah.
What is this bucket of dice Pat is rolling?
I think he flanked with the bloodworms.
Oh yeah, that's only 80 attacks. That'll be fine.
That's a lot of dice.
We're just talking about beer here, and Pat's been rolling dice for like 5 minutes on one unit.
You motherfucker!
Look, don't worry. At this rate, we've got another 5 minutes before Pat's done rolling the dice, so we can talk about beer for a while still.
That's a 2, Pat. God damn it, Pat. Pat's trying to cheat me. It's okay.
21.
He loves it.
Pat doesn't go to the gym to build those guns. He just flanks with bloodworms.
That's an 8, which would do it. Roll much. Snake eyes.
There you go.
That's a double 1, baby.
Oh my god!
A double 1.
It doesn't matter. The best part is it doesn't matter. But yeah. 24 wounds. I'm devastated. That's a rule, right? I'm devastated.
Yep. But you know what? That's still pretty funny.
He's doing his job.
What we call that is in this region, that's a good player right there. That's yeah.
Oh, hang on.
We plan.
I'm going to check.
Good player.
Is that the tidal swarm sitting behind the bloodworm still now?
Yes. No. The tidal swarms are about to go onto the objective, my friend.
Oh, strategic thinking. Ugh, I hate that.
Objective play.
I didn't even have to phone a friend on that one.
Yeah, no, if you'd phoned a friend, we both would have said kill the bloodworms in the flank. But anyway.
That's why I wanted to phone you earlier. Okay, it's fine. No, I wasn't yelling at you. I was yelling at the situation, Luke. I love you. Don't worry about that.
I'm trying to
get his
since you joined this, I'm trying my hardest to commentate without coaching. Ugh. It's very hard.
The struggle to not accidentally give advice is very real.
100%.
Don't worry, Dan knows better.
Okay. They have wounds?
They have 4, he has 5.
Okay. We're going to charge them into the flank. They're hindered, but it's a lot of dice.
You don't have Pathfinder?
Huh?
You don't have Pathfinder?
They don't.
one of the few things that's
Exactly. They'll charge into there because it's hindering-ish. Yeah,
They're flying
There's a few more people jumping into the stream now, so just so you're clear, on the mic we've got me, Luke from Down Under, along with Alexi from Down Under, and Adam Ballard, and we've got Dan Kamek playing Trident Realm, and down the bottom we've got Pat playing Night Stalkers.
So what was the intent?
The scenario is a modified pillage, I guess you could call it. There's some secret scoring involved with the objectives, and it's a 6-objective system.
We had
I think it's turn 4.
We are at the top of turn 4 now.
Top 4. Yep.
Trident Realms went for a very, how would you put it? Like, they had a very closed-in battle line. Unfortunately for them, the Night Stalkers, much as they like to do, they were just able to sneak in a few little flanks, and we've very quickly had the left flank of the Trident Realms has fallen to Night Stalker shenanigans. However, the right flank is still rolling in. We've got 3 units of River Guard, a unit of Full, and a unit of Gigas all trying to reclaim a bit of the board. Although there are still a lot of Night Stalkers rolling in from the centre. Although, due to a double 1, the Bloodworms got held up, which is always hilarious when 80 attacks and a flank fails to kill something.
Yeah, the Reaper's in the front with the Bloodworms into the flank on the... I think that was the Sentinel, right?
I believe so, yes. So, it was only casually 95 attacks.
Sorry, Death Horror Eternal, yep. And a double 1 to Waver, to not break instead of murder. He is devastated, but he is doing his job.
Wounds.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, that's fine. It's a Depth Horror Eternal. He's only got, 14, 16 nerves, so I'm sure if he just regens, half his health with the regen ability he doesn't have, he'll be fine.
I was going to say, when did they get that?
In their dreams right now, I think.
So, what is this unit on the top, behind the Bloodworms, but behind the Swarm?
Oh, that's the Planar Apparition.
Yeah, the Planar Apparition is just sitting on an objective and chilling.
So that's the planar.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gotcha.
From left to right, basically, assuming I've got this right, we basically have the Planar Apparition sitting on the objective, followed by the Tidal Swarm
that's
sitting...
a Dread Fiend right there.
Oop.
So that right there is a Dread Fiend. Then we got a Tidal Swarm, Shadow Hounds, Bloodworm Legion.
Tidal Swarm.
Hunter.
Dread Fiend up there. Dread Fiend. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Aqua Mage, Butchers, Devastated Pond Warden, the Reapers, the Planers right here, Horrors right here, Shadow Hounds, Gigas, Fiends, Tidal Swarm. Here's my Lone Wolf. Here's his Lone Ranger and his Sentinel. And then Shooty Frogs, Combat Frogs, Blood of the Old King Thule, and Nutter.
Be useful when the players can hear you and just tell you where everything is for you.
Yeah. And that would make a whole lot more sense to people watching this on stream because they are hearing
to us it's complete gibberish because we're looking at this in like a 30-second delay.
So we have to imagine and remember and wait for the video to come through.
Yeah, like a good 5-second delay, and that thing is that. Okay.
It's not 5 seconds, we can tell.
It's about 30.
Classic example is I'm pretty sure earlier we said, oh look, it looks like the Gigas survived, and then they died immediately.
Yeah.
Can't see.
In the news, it looks like Dan's made the questionable decision to not wear a singlet today. He's also made the questionable decision to not wear a headband.
I'm going to be disappointed if he doesn't have a fanny pack.
God. What
That is
failing the whole
unclear right now.
trifecta?
What's this charge rate?
14.
Look, I'll tell you what, despite how much of a beating the Trident Realms have taken, they are definitely going back on the aggressive on that right flank.
Yeah, we did expect this to come. They were pushing up kind of, carefully and coyly and sitting there ready to make their move, and now it looks like they're going in and making it.
Well, look, after the only unit that was contesting that right flank at the beginning of the game was the Fiends, and they pretty quickly decided to play the Benny Hill Fiend and get the heck out of there, so about time to cry havoc and unleash the Frogs of War, as it were.
It's like Pat
Frogs of
knows
War,
what
I
he's
like
doing.
that.
Should let Tony know that one so we can use it for his next list name.
I think I'm gonna try to shoot.
And then Mantic came onto thee and said, "Cry havoc and let slip the Frogs of War."
You got a call.
They say as they very cautiously deploy.
Quick, Dan, he's left the table. Cheat horrendously.
Moon flop.
So yeah, so your EDA, they have to all now here for like and then you have to like sport. Where you have
Out of 14. Out of 20. We love that.
So we've got a flank charge into one of the units of, what are they, Reapers from a Tidal Swarm.
Are they
Were they
Reapers or
hindered on the
Tormentors?
way in?
Is it? Cool.
Reapers.
Okay.
Defense 4, 10, 12, and they're getting hit with 24 attacks on 6s in the side.
I think Dan conveniently forgetting that individuals don't block line of sight.
Was that
Selectively forgetting.
Luke, were you phoning a friend? Tell me what to do. It's getting difficult.
I think you're forgetting that individuals don't block.
No.
Individuals don't block line of sight.
No, don't tell me. I've got this. I know. I've played before.
You know, you would almost think he should have taken the Lone Wolf at this point, because he's clearly not ready to listen for pack instructions.
I've played before. Let's see.
On the other hand, a Lone Ranger enjoying multiple bottles of beer probably makes more sense, so...
And just unloading a gun in a random direction.
Perhaps the current strategy is actually to just try and feed beers to the opponent in order to try and equal the playing field a little bit more.
All right, I think we're good.
Dan gets progressively better as the day goes on in the tournament.
Ready for some fucking dice?
Once he wakes up
Is
a
that
little
just
bit.
because the beer level goes up, or is it because he just starts to accrue it into wisdom somehow?
Nobody knows for sure. Dan's the only one that can keep up with that level of drinking.
This is the Lone Ranger.
At least when the Brits aren't there, you know.
Elite, 4s, and then your weekends, the 3s.
So Gigas went for the front of the what is the name of the giant again?
Regular guy. Regular guy.
What does that look like?
Nice.
Defense 5 dash 20. Oh god.
Yep.
Dash
It's not
20.
dying.
So Dan is holding on. He doesn't have the strongest board position, but it's also not the weakest.
Look, the double one holding up in the middle was pretty crucial, as was that tidal, the tidal swarm holding in the previous round and actually just staying put. It's delayed the Night Stalkers enough that it's giving a bit of breathing room, although those Shadowhounds are definitely salivating at what's in front of them, I'm sure.
Yep. One.
Yeah, but at least the Shadowhounds are going to be hindered no matter what they're going at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does Focus...
It's not a guarantee.
Does Ferocious Charge get cancelled if they go through terrain, or does it always apply?
No,
It has to be unhindered.
Yes, right. So they'll be at -2 to hit, essentially, and they'll be at... Yeah, -2 to hit and -1 of their crushing at Thunderous. So, yeah, they're not going to have fun.
Is there anything else?
Yeah, which they only normally have Thunder 1. I haven't looked at the list.
Yeah, they've got
Thunder 2. They got Helm.
Yeah, they've got the Helm.
Perfect. Sorry, I'm behind. I didn't watch any matchup casts. Yeah, I didn't look at lists. I sent you the list as soon as you joined the chat, but that's okay. You can ignore my messages. That's all right. I just pulled them up, so.
Nerve in the back.
But I flew in from Lisbon last night.
Speed 10,
I just woke
melee
up.
4, Thunderous 2. The Ferocious Charge is lovely, but yeah, if they're getting hindered on the way in, then that unit's hitting on 5s with, Crush 1 essentially. It's not.
Also, depending on what they charge, they might have in snare, so it might be even worse.
Beans in the back.
True.
Very true.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah. Hitting on 6s.
Waver.
No, I have Shattering, so it would be a kill, so I have to re-roll it.
Oh, no.
No.
8 plus
No.
7 is 15.
They're good. God damn it.
He had the Waver, but Shattering pushed over to a kill, had to re-roll, and they're fine.
Oh, no. That's the worst feeling.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, so let's continue to let's move. Wheels within wheels. Okay. Let's go against the Shadow
Vote for a rule update. Shattering and Brutal should be optional rules. You can choose to use it or not to use it.
Wow.
That would be nice.
Be interesting. Look, there's definitely use cases like this where I would much rather have it wavered for sure than risk it not being
Yeah, give me that guarantee.
What great English that was.
3. Terrible roll. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We'll do this in flank.
Those gigas.
That is 24.
Oh god, wait, the gig is only doing 3 wounds. Oh, that's miserable.
It was not good. It was not good, Luke.
What is it? Gig is against the Shadowhawk 3s and 3s?
Be rewarded.
On 12 attacks?
Dan does know that they have Vicious, right?
My reward's coming later. So we're banking that for heaven, actually.
I think a few rules are being forgotten right now.
Don't worry about it. Don't mind me knocking your shit out of the way.
Look at that, yeah, Vicious Melee. Isn't that nice on a Crushing 2 unit?
Roll a million 6s. We did.
Yeah, 12 attacks is where they lack.
Hello, nerd. You only need 1.
Mind you, even with it only being, even with Vicious, only getting 3 wounds, they really weren't going to be doing much to a dash 20 there anyway.
The idea with them is to obviously survive the first charge and then get flanks with knuckles and whatnot.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're fighting the one thing on the enemy team that can hurt them heavily, so it might not go well.
Cool.
I'm going to just double check something.
By the way.
I don't think there's a single thing set up to flank this Shadow Hulk either, so...
Oh, look at that.
Wow,
Layer
really
D3. Oh boy.
Yeah.
So D3 plus D6 plus 6 attacks on 3s with Crush 3. Oof.
Alright.
And doing so poorly that first turn, they're likely not going to break it the next turn either.
Yep.
Oh, good point.
And yeah, nothing can see the flank, and
just casually moving the terrain. Oh, there it goes. It's about 3 inches so far.
They won't.
No longer
which terrain is
causing the Shadowhounds to be
6.
hindered.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's everything I can do.
Shadowhounds have a clear charge on that one thing in front of them now.
God damn it.
Did anything?
I needed a 5, not a 4, but I rolled a 4. Chad, are we cooked?
You're cooked, and you also moved some terrain about 3 inches just then.
Say that one more time.
You just moved that terrain and that objective about 3 inches to your left.
This one?
I'll have to wait to see,
We'll wait
yeah,
30 seconds to know what's
the one just near that butcher horde. You just had your fist on it and you moved it about 3 inches.
This one?
Well, we'll find out in 30 seconds.
Yeah, just tell me. We'll fix it. Did I move terrain, Pat?
I didn't notice.
I didn't either.
Yeah, that one.
I'm done with the 4 logo. This one?
Yeah.
Where does it need to go?
Yes, that one. The one you first pointed to and said this one. That's the one. Yep. Basically, the Shadowhounds should have been hindered if they charged that guy in front of him.
Shadowhounds should have been hindered if they charged the guy in front of him. I think Pat, apparently I moved a thing, and I didn't mean to. I think it's this thing, is what they're saying.
They're gonna be hindered no matter.
It's the one closest to you, Dan.
This one?
The one closest, yeah. They won't be hindered because it's
the forest.
the forest and the objective.
I'm pretty sure
God
that
damn
isn't
it, God
Dan's
help
unit in front. That was the middle unit of the triple charge that overran.
Not the forest. The forest is in the middle with the trees. No, the one in front of you is the pond. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think it should be fine.
I didn't cheat too bad. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, you didn't cheat at all. You gave him an advantage.
Oh, well, I'm the... So, I don't want to brag, but I'm on stream, so I will. I'm the current reigning best sportsman of this tournament, and I'm trying to win it again. Because, well, okay, so this is bullshit. There are 3 previous winners on the trophy. They all have normal-sized plaques. Me, a small man, gets a smaller plaque. And so my question is why? Why
That is
would you do
outrageous.
that to me? So why?
So your plan here then is to overcompensate and get multiple to make up for it then, yeah?
Yeah, so it's like, I know what I've got. I know what I have, but why?
I'd say you wouldn't stand for this, but ironically, you're already standing.
Oh, no,
We just didn't notice.
I'm taller. Yeah, you're good. Can 3 fit?
So all the way.
Yeah, I would definitely.
As a quick mention to the actual gameplay going on in front of us,
Wow.
we've had the Reapers
You're gonna
managed
do
to
that to me?
bound out into the flank of the Gigas, really, to just add to
For you.
the pain going there.
Meters. Okay, but you're good.
And all the charges from Hell are coming in, so I think we might be about to see the second line of Trident Realms go for a bit of a swim with the fishes, as one would say.
Cloak of Death.
Cloak of Death. Okay.
Ah, that was Pat's character there anyway. Wasn't Dan's.
Yes, it was.
Right. It's hard to. Was that a banshee?
I think it says wolf.
Oh, the wolf is the cavalry base.
Wolf's got to be cavalry.
It might
But yeah,
be.
he's popped Cloak of Death down in the bottom section of the map there, where he's hitting 2 units of the frogs and and the gigas.
Cloak is the correct choice.
And the
It's
title.
the Dream Hunter.
Yes, the Dream Hunter. Right. Looked a bit too squiddy, but I guess you get that with Cthulhu horrors.
Oh, look, I picked up my partner one of the Siren models from Trident Realms to use as a summoner chrome because honestly, it gives the vibe off with the right paint scheme.
Yeah.
And
Fuck
that
you, bitch.
Dream Hunter makes more sense how they broke that horde the turn before, because he gives the units elite that's attacking with him.
Yeah, that would have done a fair bit as well.
That's a lot of dice.
I'm assuming that spell's going off at the moment, which we're seeing.
Combat. up there, if you don't mind, with SpongeBob.
That would be a mind fog. Would have to be.
8 is good.
For Bane Chant.
7 is
Nah, I think he was going for a nerve.
Oh.
He was removing wounds off the Shadow Hulk.
Yeah, he's got Radiance of Life.
That was the Planar Apparition. So
Yeah,
that's what's
I think
sitting
it was
just
a
in between the 2 units of Reapers there.
Yeah, so I think it was a planar healing the Shadow Hulk.
Yeah, Planar healed the Shadow Hulk, and then I think it was a Mind Fog. No, sorry, the Planar's what's got Mind Fog. What's the other thing? It's Bane Chant, wasn't it?
It's Horror. Yeah, Horror with Bane Chant or Weakness, probably.
Yep. I'm gonna guess it was probably the Bane Chant in this case. Just trying to punch through the Gigas.
Yeah, I'm looking at this list of Night Stalkers, and I think I see pretty much every unit still on the board. That's a problem.
Yeah, no, there's unfortunately Night Stalkers are getting away with it left, right, and center.
There's a Reaper unit gone.
8.
Yes, the Tidal Swarm did eat 1 unit of Reapers.
One more time.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, it should always be SpongeBob. 8, great, and 11, even better.
It sounds like something died.
Oh yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The Gigas, isn't it?
Yeah, there was the 9.
Do that guy.
And I can't read this dice, but I heard an 11.
Oh, it's the Tidal Swarm.
Oh, that's it? Okay. That's acceptable losses.
Fuck you. 6.
Expected losses. Fiends are
Great.
going to eat them for breakfast.
Love that.
And then 7 with Hulk, and then
Yeah.
8 with what's the Collins, and he did 7 twice.
It's like, is that the Dream
10
Hunter
with
going
Joe.
into the frogs?
You better not. Snake Eyes, bitch. We're good. We're great. Let's go.
Another Snake Eyes.
Show the snakes on the stream.
It's happening a lot.
Come here.
That's the 3rd time, I think.
Good player. I projected that.
Goes against his individual over there? I can't quite tell.
Yeah, I think it's the Dream Hunter, or one of there's an individual in front of the frog unit, which I think is what we were just saying.
That was the Lone Ranger into the Lone Ranger.
Oh, okay.
Wolf into the Lone Ranger, yes. Yeah.
The Ranger went ahead and said down boy to that damn dog.
Wounding on 3s.
Wounding on 3s.
He was probably
This is
hoping
the
for that overrun
Hulk into the
too.
Gigas.
Mm-hmm. Squishy frogs are best frogs.
Okay. That's unfortunate. I did not think he would do that many wounds.
It's the Shadow Hulk.
So it works out.
Definitely the Giga.
Yeah.
And there's still Reapers to go in the flank, which is not helping.
Yep.
Yep.
That's going to be what, 30 attacks on 3? So is it 4s in this instance?
It looks like he was injured here.
The BCB die.
Yeah, it looks like they're.
You stole my die.
I mean, I assume
They've landed
laying
clear.
Oh,
down
yeah, no,
structural-
they'll be hindered. They don't have any
They've
brain
got nothing
mitigation.
else. Yeah, so they
Yeah,
are.
the Tormentors are the Flying
Vicious.
Strider ones.
Yeah, that's right. So
there we
they're 30 attacks on
Good
4s.
conversion. Oh my god. Fuck me
So-
again.
That's 4s and
15
4s. That's
hits.
still like 7.5 wounds.
That was after 7, so not snakes. Not snakes.
I think the
Gigas
Gigas
is
died.
dead.
I put money on it.
I mean, we'll find out in approximately 5 to 10 business days, so.
And over there.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Christmas came early. The Gigas died. Now that the Night Stalkers have unwrapped their giant crustacean gift, they're going to probably go into the warpath and try and eat the frogs of war. This can only go poorly for the Trident Realms. However, I do look forward to seeing them struggle.
They're on 5.
Let's see if this triple charge works out for him again.
Right?
We've got Dwarven Darkness in the chat saying, Zora, your hair color has changed.
Good point.
I'm trying to check, is it my connection that's screwing up, or is it just Dan's?
It is not yours.
It's
okay. Just making sure.
Yes, Dan's phone.
It ain't me.
I think it might be.
Back now.
It's not. No, asshole. It's not me. Mister, you can't phone a friend. I have to be impartial. Blah blah blah.
He's not hindered for 4, delete.
He's doing mean things with Elite and Vicious,
Very mean.
which is rude. He's converting them all.
It's almost like it's Night Stalkers, and that's what they like to do.
You asshole. That's so many. Just Snake Eyes again. 2 crabs. 2 Mr. Krabs. That's
Do
a
it,
9,
Snake Eyes
which
again.
is good.
I'm
And
just going
an
to say
8
that, like,
is also good. 8 is also
I mean, Night Stalkers like Elite and Vicious so much that it transcends game systems. Go to Firefight, they still have it all the time.
Dream Hunter back up.
Sure.
Alright, so Zora's holding that top objective on Dan's side still, and just sitting there, probably not willing to go after that Tidal Swarm with it, probably hoping to turn something else to come out and deal with that Tidal Swarm that's looking to get the bottom left objective.
I mean, it looks like they're just happy to ignore the Tidal Swarm at this point. I mean, nothing's turned to look at them.
Yeah, I think there's
really
Reapers in the middle facing over there, getting ready to go.
Oh, okay.
Also, I think that's a feed on the top objective, so it's looking towards the rear of those Tidal Swarm.
Yep.
So if they don't get far enough away, they'll probably charge it.
I mean, right now we've got the Fools and 3 units of Frogs are all sitting on that right flank, with the Lone Ranger apparently choosing to run away from the Wolf, probably wisely. And then it's just the 2 Tidal Swarms, one in the dead center of the field that's somehow still there. God knows how, because everything else around them died horribly.
To be honest, there's actually still a chance for Dan to pull a draw out of the bag here, so...
Well, what's the specific scoring is the question, like what the actual mission does here,
I think the idea was that I think they said that 2 of them are worth more.
Yep.
And there's also hidden ones for each. I think they might have written down at the start of the game.
Yeah, that'll be my assumption.
Yeah, didn't quite catch the specifics, but there's more scoring than just each one's worth 1.
Well, right now we can see that Night Stalkers have got 3 of them handily. They are contesting 1, which the Frogs are currently. I think the Frogs have got the points on it at the moment, but definitely the Night Stalkers could contest that. We've got the Night Stalkers' home objective is currently empty. Likewise for the Trident Realms' home objective on the far right-hand side. Given the way deployments are, I wouldn't be surprised if the bonus points for the Night Stalkers are somewhere on that left-hand side.
Right now.
Question is, where's the one for the Trident Realms?
Okay, well, before you go, here's my thought. I'm thinking a move slightly forward and a pivot to end an inch away. I don't think I can end an inch away, so I don't think it works.
You have to charge something.
Yeah, so I think they have to charge. I'll charge them.
I also got his plane.
Had his plane.
Let's see. I would love to get her in range, but she can't, which is unfortunate. And a water. A whiskey and a water would be good.
Whiskey and water.
Of course.
Got to keep the fluids
I'm
up.
trying to. Luke, I've got to hydrate. Luke, I can't win this whole thing if I don't lose to Pat and then win the rest of my games.
Just start double fisting.
Submarining via alcohol is the most most
well, the last
effective
time
option.
I played Pat round 1 at Lone Wolf, it was a 20-0, and I don't think this one's going to be a 20-0. Might be an 18-2, maybe. Chat, are we
Are we
cooked?
on turn 5?
Well,
I think we're cooked.
yeah. Let me know. We got a 97.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So we've had a guess on where the other 2-pointer might be from one of the other Queenslanders, although I don't know if we should share such tactical information to the players. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was, given where we were seeing things deploying. But there's an option for it. There is a second one that I think could be viable, and we'll see how it pans out.
To do is, while Pat's in the bathroom or getting drinks or whatever, just find the piece of paper that Pat wrote on where his secret objective is. And that's the best.
Just flash the screen, flash the camera for us so we can see what it is, of course, and then you can put it back.
That's trouble. So
Some strong contemplation from Dan here on how he can pull this one out of the bag.
We're going to take the double.
He's got the time, I believe. Pat's run to the bathroom, I believe, so he's got a minute.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. He's on the base.
So, Luke, from this game, obviously, it's been a pretty cataclysmic decline for the Trident Realms from early on, given the flank charge incident with the Hounds and the Gigas. But in your mind, anything that could have been done to sort of circumvent that early on, or do you think it was just the ball got rolling really quickly and there was no way to stop it?
I think there was just a couple of things he didn't see. Obviously, that flank was something he gave away that he didn't expect. Also, the first charge from the Hounds that just snuck in as well, I think, was just not quite measured out right, and wasn't something that Dan was expecting to happen. So I think just a little bit of poor positioning out on that left flank meant that Pat was able to get in and sort of
I think that Dreadfiend being able to that classic the Dreadfiend being able to run up and block the terrain piece so that the Hounds had to go around and giving them a completely clear charge is probably what did it for the large infantry that was out there, the full.
This is good Scott.
But yeah, not. This is a classic example of sometimes just not spotting a flank can be devastating, because that one unit of butchers being able to bound all the way into the end of the line, roll over the unit, and then a repositioning to stare down the flanks of the Naiad horde that's devastating on turn 2.
Yeah, and also I think given that. Dan was probably trying to play a bit more defensively on the other flank on the right, but he probably wanted to play that a bit more slow and steady. But witnessing what was starting to happen on the left, I think he needed to get engaged quicker. But he let the Fiends and the Shadow Hulk zone him out a bit too long on that flank. So there were quite a few units out there that weren't able to get into the mix. Probably the turn that they needed to.
Looking at where the board's at now, if that left flank hadn't collapsed, I can see the right flank would have quite nicely have been able to push through and claim. I think they would be able to hold it. But just essentially the 2 Gigas and the Naiad horde just being not wasted exactly, but just negated by the results of the battle is just very unfortunate. They're like 3 huge defensive linchpins, and if those big bricks of units can't hold, there's not a lot you can do to really try and pull back sometimes.
Yep, has the speed on Dan, but given all the terrain, there's 2 large pieces of terrain across the center of the board. Dan really could have leveraged those to make sure that any charges coming into him were hindered, and to the front as well. Those title swarms even could have been, 1 or 2 of them could have sat back to just be objective holders. There was no need to run them all out in front.
Yep.
And the earlier in the game that a flank falls, the worse it looks at the end. Because if even one more turn held out before falling, this picture that we're seeing right now could be turn 6 or potentially the end of the game. And it's a much harder game. But if you get one more turn after this, I think the Night Stalkers are going to have almost all the projectors.
Yeah, I don't think the Frogs are going to be able to hold that for much longer. Is there anything actually scoring the back right objective? Like, is there something small there we can't see, or is it just empty?
Nah, there's nothing on it
right now.
Right.
And also, we should call out that Pat has given Dan 2 that I've seen. One of them being the crucial one in the very center.
Yes.
So this could be worse than what it looks right now.
Don't put that energy out there,
Put that
Pat.
juju on you.
No.
Plus losing the Reapers to that title swarm as well.
Oh my God,
that was hilarious.
Oh shit! Like right there.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of 2.
Poetic justice that the only kill of the game goes to the 70-point title swarm unit.
Wow.
I love
So far.
They're great.
Looks like we might actually see some more casualties here now.
Yeah, I think he lifted the horde of fiends there in the bottom right.
It's only 4s, I think. Bishop.
All right, you know what? Let's ask the devil's advocate question while they're in the middle of the combat phase. If we had command dice, do you think there would have been any drastic changes here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the Night Stalkers would win harder.
9, they're good. He's dead.
Okay.
I can't really argue that one.
Furious Charge is a bitch when you can give it to pretty much any unit on the board.
Not as many, I think it's only going to be the infantry that can get it now. Like because it's isn't it regiment limited now?
It better be.
Yeah, but I mean, yes, it is.
So it's just the 4 units of or the 4 troops.
Which is probably what you want to use it on.
Yeah, because they're already hitting on 3s with 15 attacks, so make it 2s.
So,
although they've actually been hindered every single charge they've made so far, so they actually wouldn't have been able to use it at all.
That's fair. I think the list composition may have changed if
huge life.
if the commands are available, because Soul Flares become just ungodly with Furious Charge.
Ooh, I'd not thought of that. That's mean.
Yeah, they are a regiment, so they can benefit.
Yeah, just not Horde or Legion. But that, so the characters and all that, like any large infantry or large character can use it as well.
I believe it's... I don't know if they can, because I'm pretty sure...
It says large infantry, large cavalry, chariot, swarm, infantry, or heavy infantry unit that is not a Horde or Legion only.
Okay. I guess they would. So Monsters, Titans are out, but the characters to fit that profile would be fine.
Yep. He's got a Dread Fiend.
I mean, on the flip side, I suppose, the Trident Realm get Barkskin twice, which, look, that's not... Having 2 Barkskin tokens for free is not bad, and actually, we've had a few crucial fights where there's only been, like, 1 point in it. Like, if we'd had 2 extra Barkskin tokens on the Naiad Horde especially, them with Fury would have actually held the line. So there is a few, like...
Finder order, which is really crucial for positioning title swarms.
Yeah. Because those ones that have been floating on the left flank have been slowed down so much due to that little bog they got themselves stuck in.
Yeah, I forgot. The Trident Realm ones are universally great, no matter what you take in the army.
I think the trade-off there is that Trident Realms doesn't have a lot of what I would call apex units. Like they don't have super hard-hitting cavalry. They don't have incredibly high damage units for the most part. So the buffs that they're getting feel a little bit not muted, but like it's playing into the way the army does, where you're having lots of units that are effective and just helping them survive and do their job. Whereas you look at like the Night Stalker ones, and it's very much a case of it's just adding raw power to things that already focus heavily on being glass cannons.
Yeah, I would agree. I do like that the Trident Realm ones have a use at any point in the game. Night Stalker ones is only when you're in combat, so usually turn 3 and on.
Yeah. Look, some
in the few games I've played, it feels bad leaving command dice on the table in the early game.
Yeah. Look, some armies just got gifted, like, I'm sorry, but dwarves really just got Ronnie loves dwarves, and it shows. Vengeance for everyone, why not give everyone crushing strength?
I just can't use that now, right?
Oh, I hope not. That makes it mildly better, but,
I think that was adjusted, but I haven't really been keeping up with it because it's been pretty unanimously decided in the U.S. at least that those command dice aren't getting used at competitive events. So
Australia's had a bit of an interesting, the southern areas of Australia have been all for them. Us in Queensland, we've been sort of against them, but then we're kind of using them anyway, maybe just to prove they're all masochists or something, I don't know.
No, we're using them in Queensland because the people running the tournaments have this, happy to give them a try.
Right.
Makes sense.
I should know this, I'm running the damn things. Or helping to.
What are you guys going to do when you have a less awesome table that's not as interactive?
Command dice that we did here in the
US. Yes, not nearly as sexy.
I'm going to be in bed, so I'm going to do
sleeves, because God damn it, I shouldn't be wearing sleeves.
Yeah, I was saying that. You've got sleeves, and that disappoints me, and there's no headband.
Oh, just roll the sleeves up, it's fine.
Take your shirt off.
Tear them off.
Will do.
Take it off, everybody, take it off.
Actually, we have a problem. They don't fit over the biceps.
Oh.
You can't roll them up that high.
So close.
I know that problem all too well.
Work it out. Eventually, I'll get that to you.
Got some time. Enjoy it, Pat. Next Lone Wolf? By next Lone Wolf? You're going to be... Okay. Yeah. All right. Pat's going to be bigger than me by next Lone Wolf.
Oh, actually, how are we doing on the time limit for the game? We must be getting relatively
bigger
close to the end point.
So they started probably about 5 minutes before 9 a.m. So I think they're still tracking fine.
Okay.
Fuck, I ain't worried.
About a half hour left.
Ensnare hindered?
5.
I don't think they're using a turn clock, so...
Unless they have a second table, in which case, lucky them. I wish we had that kind of space all the time.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone tapping a clock, so I'm just assuming that they're just...
Roll the bobs! Roll the bobs! A 10 would kill. 10 would kill. A 5. 5. The boy is good. Let's give the boy a chance. If you guys want to sing now, it would be appropriate.
What should we be singing?
Let's give the boys a hand.
Hitting on 4s.
There, that was the hand.
Yep.
That's 1, 3.
One hand.
Let's give the boys a chance.
One hand.
Oh, the boys are good. We're bobbing, we're weaving. We're gonna be less good over here, maybe actually.
In the back.
In the
I
back.
can be hopeful.
In the rear.
And then 2's mission.
4. Okay.
I think the frogs might be struggling slightly. Just a suspicion.
Whoa, was what you said rude? If it was
No.
rude, take it back. Take it back.
Yeah,
No, I
thanks,
just
Chris.
said
That is what I'd heard. Since Masters has decided not to run with Command Dice, that means that all the other regions are not doing it as well.
Yeah,
just to get that
we're
better weapon.
definitely not.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's pretty much we figured what would happen, but all the regions had a vote in it. I think there was only 1 or 2 of the 8 regions that voted yes, so it was pretty well agreed.
Get the bobs. 9 would do it. 10 would do it.
I'm TOing the Australian Masters in November, but I don't know yet whether we're going to be using Command Dice because that's up to the council to vote on.
We probably should find the answer out about that soon, because that is kind of getting a little bit...
Yeah, we just need a time for everyone to test the waters instead of actually form an opinion about it, because the knee-jerk reaction would have been, no, they're out, we don't like them, but people need to just test them and actually see for sure.
I mean, we've already all heard a million times the arguments that, like, look, some armies did just get beloved by the mantic gods and gifted ridiculous things comparative,
I
but...
wasn't there. I was a baby, Pat. I was a wee baby.
I mean, what is it? Northern Alliance? What is it? They get, like, regen and a frozen aura or something?
Yes.
Yeah, I actually find very limited utility for it since I take snow trolls and they have regen anyway. But yeah, they get the regen order and then they get chilling presence, which is actually
like
quite nice for them if you're taking Tundra Fighters and you can't always guarantee to have someone frozen. It's quite nice for them. But I don't double down on Tundra Fighters, so it doesn't really bother me.
It's interesting because that one is very much you have to build the list around it. You have to make sure that you're taking Tundra Fighters, or you have to make sure you're not just taking regen. Otherwise, those orders do nothing for you. And then you look at like someone like, well, Dwarves, where basically the whole damn army just gets the benefit off the back of what they're doing.
Yeah, but it just changes the investment. Like, Northern Alliance, I just don't invest too heavily. I like to have enough to throw an extra dice onto a wind blast, or
sometimes utility is all you need. Just basic utility will win you a game just as often as
from the regen. Yeah.
Well,
like, look, my ogres love having rally 1 or the brutal +1, but you know what? A lot of the time, I just want a bloody reroll to hit and a wound back somewhere.
That's usually it. What were you saying, Adam?
Oh, I was saying that I found some other utilities for some of those as well. One that I found for Northern Alliance was taking Ice Blade with wings, and then you fly that individual like in a gap or behind the enemy line, and then give it chilling presence so that all the enemy line is just -1 for frozen. So
yeah, true.
It you can really screw up the battle line, and it's a guaranteed. You know it's going to happen as long as you roll enough dice before you move on the turn. So
even if the frozen thing grew up like a nimble flying.
Yeah, throwing a attack piece on a regiment of birds or a snow fox regiment, chilling presence then on the line to stop them getting into yours can be good as well.
Yeah.
It also helps if you are running damage spells on witches to get the chilling presence off, so they get the elite.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That's true.
Still, none of this is bullshit. Is backing up or sidestepping at 10 inches with a Forsaken Horde.
Is that a flank or a
that
cross?
is absolutely the
Broken like a true flank.
That's the most abusive thing that Command Dice could have possibly done.
Could he be a flank?
Yep.
No.
Yep.
You could be.
I could be a flank.
Yeah,
Let's
Like when a basic infantry unit goes, oh look, okay, I can do a 6-inch sidestep instead of a 3-inch to fix up the problem. Yeah, okay, fine, whatever. When a cavalry unit just like, flies 10 inches to the right, it's like, oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah,
I
that's
wish
right.
that they had limited. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, Grant's listening in, and he said, "Yeah, the fallback move against dwarves is so good. Yep, if you can fall back 10 inches away from dwarves, they kind of look at you and go, ah, crap."
I haven't even thought of that. That's so mean.
The one thing I wish they would have limited that ability to is to have it where if you're disordered, you can't benefit from that ability. So if you're engaged in combat, you took some damage, you can't just be like, cool, I'm sidestepping 10 inches, I'm out of here. Somebody else.
So the problem there is that you're always disordered if you are wavered. And I found this out because we thought you could shoot off the back of the unwaver ability. But no, anytime you're wavered, you are disordered, so that wouldn't work out in this case.
Right. I'm saying in order to even benefit from the command, I don't want a unit to be able to be disordered. So if you've been engaged in combat, you shouldn't be backing up 10 inches or sidestepping 10 inches. You should be limited on your movement options.
Yeah, I agree.
Either that, or just give it like a cap,
and then also reduce the cost, like to 4.
Yeah. If it was capped to like, look, if you could only go, what would 8 inches be the balanced amount? Because then you can no longer, for example, outrun a unit of dwarves going backwards. Is that like what you would cap it at, or would you do it at like?
No. You would just not do it with disorder, right? Dwarves charge to the front. If you could go back 8, you could withdraw 1, go back 8, you're still out.
Yep.
Oh, no.
So Dan's still hanging on, he's got stuff to do, he's getting out of those bloodworms. He is putting himself in harm's way of those reapers, but they're out of the bloodworms.
I think that's it.
The tidal swarm is going back into the swamp again. Spent 3 turns getting out of it, and it's gone straight back in.
No, he's in. Yep.
Cool. Start the bat.
No, he's moving away. Okay, he's going to try and block them from getting onto the point, right.
But is that a front charge, or is it a flank charge?
I think it's a flank charge. I think they're being charged in the flank in the swamp.
That's a good question. That'd be awfully close.
3.
I'm sure they agreed upon it, whatever it is, but
you would assume so.
Yeah.
Like from our position, it looks like they're angled out a little bit too far to make it a flank, but they probably have actually measured to check where. I hope they have.
Damn.
If not, that's going to be very unfortunate in a minute.
I'm looking at this, and I don't think it matters, because I think that Dread Fiend on the far left there has the ability to turn 90, run back on that top objective, and obviously these Reapers get on this one. So if it's a flank, Pat's already on the center objective, or he can easily back up an inch to get onto it.
As a question, can you go through what's the model sitting just next to the forest above the objective on the bottom left?
That roll on Shadow Hope was a 4.
That's the Dread Fiend.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, okay, he's in position to go wherever he wants to.
Put that there. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, because Pat had moved him up off the token up top to that position he's in right now, and done a 90-degree pivot, so he could easily just do the exact same to go back onto that token on the last turn.
You were the problem.
Actually, no, what's really unfortunate, I've just realized.
I think the front, I've just measured it, yeah.
Magoo's the problem.
But I think, looking at that, the Bloodworm Horde, or Legion, I think it might be in that sweet spot where it can just turn and rotate to actually be sitting on both objectives. It's close, but it might be able to do like the point-to-point sit on both and not be in the 1-inch bubble of the tidal swarm.
Yeah, very well could be.
And if it does that, like, what's the Tidal Swarm going to do? It's going to cry because it's not going to be able to kill the Bloodworms anytime soon.
Charge the Bloodworms for the next 5 turns and maybe do 5 damage.
On turn 6, I wish them the best of luck. Tell you what, though, the frogs are holding in. They're holding on. Like, they're still there.
Yeah.
Is that his Lone Ranger over hiding behind the hill on that point?
Yeah, yes, that is, because it's 0.5. So he's actually
half unit strength.
Yep.
And
So
the
I
butchers
think
can't
that's-
see over it, so they can't actually charge him. They have to, like, get closer to him.
It just depends. Did Dan get greedy and put his leader point on the hill so he can shoot?
I think he did, however, I think that he's out of range of the 12-inch charge of the butchers is what's happened here. That'd be my... that looks like it's just out of 12. Because that seems to be a pretty sizable hill.
You gotta play your Planet of the Apes army again.
Yeah, I assume if he shoots, he's out of 12. If he didn't, then he's just behind the hill.
Yeah. Well, we've missed if he shot, unfortunately, because we've been paying minimal attention to the game and too busy discussing other stuff, apparently. But maybe a quick recap. So obviously, we've already mentioned we've got the Tidal Swarm trying to probably block the Bloodworms. But yeah, they might still be able to just get onto both objectives anyway, because that is a huge footprint. Dread Fiend is looking to probably steal one of the objectives if it needs to. We've still got a Tidal Swarm fighting against Reapers in the middle, somehow. That's still happening. All of the frogs are still in, I think, or is it 2 units of frogs and the unit of full that are still in play?
Okay. Oh, that's Shadowhounds, not Butchers, that are next to that hill.
Oh, well, okay, that's better and worse simultaneously. Easier to kill, but also way more likely to kill if they can see the guy.
That's a clean charge if it's true.
Yeah, well, I hope for his sake that he's not actually on the hill.
Actually, it's not a clean charge.
Oh, are they?
He'd have to pivot. He'd have to pivot to a line, and I think that would clip his corner to the forest.
Ooh, good spotting.
It's tough to tell with the token on top of that.
Yeah.
Very well.
Although
I imagine it's shaped like a peanut, so.
Yeah,
he'd be able to fix it though, because all he has to do is run one of the individuals just up behind the unit so that they walk forward first.
Yeah, and it's minimal pivot, so it might still clear it.
Yeah. Well, let's hope for his sake that he wasn't too greedy.
Also, for Pat, he has another troop of Reapers on the hill on the very bottom of the table there.
Yeah, they're set to take the objective, so...
So I think that no matter how Pat does it, he gets the 3 objectives on the left slash center side of the board.
Yeah.
And likely has one more with the Shadowhounds if it ends on the, I assume it's past the bottom of the turn.
Yeah. The main thing I'm just curious right now is are those Bloodworms big enough to do the rotate and clip both objectives trick? Because if they can, then that just that locks it out. But I think even then, like the Fiend, as we've already mentioned, or the Dread Fiend can still just go around the Tidal Swarm. Although I suppose the risk is in doing that, it will be leaving a rear charge, or at least a flank charge, to the Tidal Swarm.
You could use them.
I think the Tidal Swarm are facing towards the top of the board.
Or you could be used.
They have to pivot around to move up to get into that position.
It's I don't think I've rolled the front.
No, you haven't.
It's about time to go to the bar, is what I'm hearing.
It's about time to go to bed, Dan. Hurry up and finish your game.
I know, right? 2 a.m. I was not ready for this long.
You mean you guys aren't sticking around to help me with the next
one? Look.
I am not doing that.
Yeah, but not anymore.
They don't have to.
I'm supposed to be playing my own Mantic games tomorrow. I don't want to be up until 4 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, speaking of which, the boys and I started painting Halo today.
I'm playing Halo today, so
Yeah. That's what. That's why we think of it.
how are you painting them?
An 8.
There you go.
With paint
Oh, shocking!
and a paintbrush.
Nice!
Oh, not an airbrush, eh?
Hell yeah!
We got to make it.
Yeah.
No, I haven't started my Spartans yet. I'm doing the what are they called? The
Elites.
Elites.
yeah, whatever they are.
Happy birthday to
Oh boy!
Happy birthday, dear Brian!
Dear Lord.
Happy birthday
Oh, you could hear the drink in that.
to you and many
They sound completely sober to me.
Oh yeah.
You got me sufficiently drunk.
Oh, Luke, we missed their birthday.
Where's the hip hip hooray?
That's an American thing.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's Americans think it's weird.
Being a lightweight is nice and cheap, but it does hurt sometimes.
Well, Dan killed another unit, and it was a butcher unit, actually.
Okay, actually a sizable kill this time.
Right.
That's a countercharge, right?
I mean, I guess he did kill the fiends the turn before, so...
Even without withdrawal.
I completely missed that, but I'm happy to see that there a few actually weighty kills coming here then out of the Trident Realms, despite how few frogs remain.
Just a turn too late.
Yeah,
It just kind of shows you how fragile this Night Stalker army is.
Yeah.
Because if this happened about the same time or as a reaction to when Dan lost his fleet, then it's just 100% an even game, even trades.
Yeah, very much. If this had been 2 turns earlier, yeah, we would have seen the classic reversing flanks of both sides circling each other in the middle.
You're good.
Nice sexy, baby.
What is this?
This is bottom of 6.
Bottom of 6.
Oh, so Dan has the bottom turn. Or are they beyond Pat's?
Oh no, Pat's got the bottom turn.
Okay. I just hear him saying bottom 6, and I still see Dan rolling dice on video, so...
Oh yeah, no, it's just the lag.
Yeah.
So depending on what Pat does here, if that is a 7, Dan has a chance to do stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could end close to a tie for objectives.
So right now, the Night Stalkers are holding the central objective. They're holding the middle top. And then the Trident Realms are actually holding the top right and the bottom right. So actually, it's interesting. It's changing very rapidly.
I was gonna say, I'm curious if yeah.
Okay, so now it's 2-1.
That is what I expected Pat to do here. Especially
Dan's response is bullshit.
Oh yeah.
I think he said well shucks, but
there it is. Are the Bloodworms gonna make the turn? Yeah, they do.
Delbert, nice to meet you, man.
Thank you.
I thought that was for raisins. That's so fantastic.
Legions and whatnot are usually such a headache, but occasionally they have their benefits, and that's one of them. Being able to just like straddle 2 objectives that are the minimum distance apart.
Clean out the airbrush, come out to tournaments, man.
Yeah.
get that Dread Fiend into the middle there.
If you want to play, also talk to Mark and see if you can be like
Reaper's to the bottom left, Dread Fiend in the middle.
The only questionable thing is, what does this Shadow Hulk do? Because it can pour through into the regiment to its left.
Goal.
But I don't know if that's a good play or not.
Moving to capture that with his special character.
Look, I don't think he can steal that objective this turn, and there's a decent odds that it's probably that's a bonus point objective, all things considered.
Could be.
But yeah, he's going to take that rear charge into them. So Which makes sense.
Is
The Shadow
the rear-
Hulk will pinch them.
Oh,
actually, no, it might not be anymore. Yeah, he may have turned around, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know Dan's drunk, but I hope he wasn't giving up that.
It kind of looks like it's a rear, because I think they're fighting the character that's just in front of them, but it very well might be the opposite.
There's a blank spot on that front corner, so maybe it's the back rank that's not quite full.
Yeah, I think it's the rear of them.
Well, that unit just finished off the butchers, so they easily could have done a 180 to not.
Yeah, I think there's something else that they're facing down, but I'm not sure what.
I think the Shadowhounds were there.
Oh yeah, that's right. They were threatening the Shadowhounds.
But I don't.
Although I don't know why you didn't just leave.
No, he probably didn't see that. He probably didn't think of the rear charge with the Shadowhawk, so he trained them in case the Shadowhound stayed.
There's so many occasions when you think you can do those, like, you know, out of a melee into another unit charges, and you can't, that sometimes people forget to double check when you can.
Yep. Also, I don't think it's gonna matter here, but I think his lone wolf is in the flank of that same unit on the objective.
Yeah, it is. It's on the objective, so he's already got point. Yep. He's got 0.5 on there from that. The problem is, I think both of those units are sitting on the objective. Oh, like all three of the frog units are sitting on there. So
I don't think he's trying to control it. He's just trying to kill.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's not going to be able to wrestle control away, because
hitting to the front against ensnare with on hitting on 5s is not as good as hitting triple in the rear.
Roll the bobs.
Because, like, yeah, at best he's getting 2.5 on the point, and he's facing against still having 6 points on the objective.
Yeah. 9.
So he's not getting that one. But
I'm pretty sure that Shadow Hulk hits in 3s.
5 plus 7 is
3s or 4s in the front.
exactly what you needed.
Still not great for him when you can consider doing 3s with triple attacks. Where's the Shadow Hulk? Yeah, melee 3 and d6 plus 6. So look, 3d6 plus 18 is plenty to.
So bullshit giant hits on 3s.
Yeah, and dash 20
with a few
and
left
stealthy.
attack.
What? Wow. How many points is he?
A little bit.
That unit is so good for 225 points. My God.
So good. Sir.
It sure is.
It's only got D3 on the Slayer, and it doesn't get the choice, and it loses a point of speed, but like healthy and oh god, that's a very
not enough people choose the rampage. I find I always see people taking loads of giants, and they're all Slayer.
Oh no, you can't choose on him. He's
this one, but I'm just saying in general with the giants. I did the matchup cast, and everyone that had giants basically took Slayer on them, and I'm like, where's all the rampage?
The second one, like the second giant, is where you go the rampage. I find, but the first one, you're taking that huge crushing strength because you're trying to mint high armor things,
like dwarves.
Well, okay, dwarves is the exception to the rule.
Dwarves is why you take rampage.
Dwarves always bring a monster or a dwarf lord on large beast.
And then they hide those bastards behind all the Def 6 infantry.
Where is this?
But you can still grind out the Def 6 infantry as a giant because their infantry hit like wet noodles.
100%. No, Bobs, you bitch, Bobs.
Do we know what Bobs is, or is that just a?
Hey,
I think he's trying to say 5s.
Right.
Maybe not.
5s wouldn't really make sense in any.
No. I don't know.
3s and then 2s. So ouch.
No, I think he's saying he has to roll SpongeBob dice, so he's going for Bobs. I think the SpongeBobs maybe are the. I think Bobs might be the ones.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So, functionally, the Shadow Hulk has taken a slight sidestep to the left. Coincidentally, this also met with the demise of another unit, much to probably the chagrin of the frogs in front of him. But anyway.
Yep, and he flips around to keep that charge in his front arc.
Yep.
Which, if I was Pat, I would actually give him the flank because that takes him off the objective.
Except he'll just backstep onto it.
No. See, he's got the front, which takes him off the objective.
Well, it doesn't matter now anyway because they've just rolled no turn 7.
No turn 7. It's a victory to Zorro and the Night Stalkers.
Looks like it. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 objectives held by the Night Stalkers, 1 held by the Trident Realms. It might be a double pointer for the Trident Realms. They're lucky and they've picked right, but
if I was Trident Realms, I would have picked that one where they're Lone Ranger.
This is my +1.
Because
I can hear them saying this is my +1, but I don't know which one it is yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, let's look for that pointy.
Was it consensual at least?
You didn't get all of them.
Yep, so the bottom left was one of the +1s. And the middle, top middle was the other one. So unfortunately, yeah, the planner managed to steal the 2-pointer.
Bottom left was Pat's +1, and Dan's was the one right in front of him.
Your middle, and that's the center.
But why did you count the regular ones?
I really thought that the bottom right was where it was because he gunned all of those units straight for that point.
I only get +1.
Yeah, I think he had to control that point in order to successfully control the other one.
The other two.
Yeah.
Getting both of those, and then
Well, I mean, props to Grant in the Queensland Kings of War chat for correctly guessing where the objective was. It was the middle one.
5 + 9, so 9 to 1.
So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, I believe
7
in this unique
to 1?
scenario,
But they have bonus points for other ones.
yeah, I think in this scenario, no matter who chooses which one's worth an extra point, it benefits both players.
Yeah.
So I think Pat controls both 2-pointers and 3.
Yeah, so Pat's on 2, 4, 5, 6. It's 7 to 1 in this case.
Yeah.
Assuming that we're doing the counting right.
The problem with Pat is Pat doesn't drink as much as I do.
I don't let it wait.
That's the problem.
It's just a
That is
skill issue.
that is a
Just
problem.
skill issue.
Who's Magoo? Who's hot and who's not?
He's definitely hotter.
2:30 at the bar versus went to bed.
Don't make me choose.
Wait until the next load.
Luke, you better choose.
All right, I choose Dan.
You better.
Damn,
Luke,
Dan,
you
can you do
better
me a
fucking
favor and
choose.
get
Oh
the
my
hair
God.
color that Pat has? Then I think it's an easier choice for us.
I choose Dan, and it's a given. There was no discussion.
Next load.
Thank you.
Shirtless. We're gonna challenge each other.
I love you. I'm hoping there might be a UK clash. We all fly over 2026. America invades UK clash, and maybe we get a Luke.
Oh, that's not out of the question.
I'm gonna back my army up. Just
Whoa! Repeat it.
wait, is that recorded?
Yeah, this is recorded. All of this is recorded.
Oops.
Ridiculous.
Dustin built it at Bayou. And
Yeah.
I just put it together a week and a half ago.
Luke, will you meet me at clash? Yes or no?
Kind of.
I can't promise one way or the other.
I'm signed up. Okay.
One or the other?
David. Oh, okay. And
Clash
The,
USA.
the Minister for War would have some words about flying to the UK for a tournament all of a sudden.
His dog has.
And mine's okay that I can do it at some point. It just has to line up with some things we got going on.
Yeah.
Like, a dog.
So I just have to go to Australia is the thing.
Oh, well, that's... Hey, you were going to come this year or last year, weren't you?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, and you didn't.
This year.
While I don't want to.
Une fois.
All right, I'm off to bed. Bad luck, Dan. Good luck for the rest of it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Likewise,
Love you.
I'm also going to be heading off.
Well done, Zorro.
Like, I don't want to leave him.
Yeah.
I mean,
We're gonna talk later. There's more conversation here.
And then I was supposed to play Dan Lids.
All right.
Okay.
Well, have a good night,
One
all
time,
from
one
the
time.
Australian sector.
Thanks for
and,
sitting through
best
this with
of
me,
luck.
Lexi.
Oh,
Cheers.
it's all good.
Good night, you guys.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks for coming to carry the torch, Billy. You and Adam have a swell time.
3, you got 6.
Yeah, great talking to you guys.
Ciao.
Ciao.
What's going on?
Magoo in the mic right now.
I don't know. Are y'all filming this?
Yes, we are.
Oh shit!
Then he leaves.
Then he leaves. All right. Well, I am going to take a shower, get a bite to eat, and I assume they're going to have like an hour for lunch, so probably the
probably
next
got a
game
bit.
won't start until 12:30, 1 o'clock Central Time, somewhere in there.
Yeah,
and
probably.
who knows who we're going to get.
Sounds good. We'll see you then.
Hey, what's up, Billy?
Howdy, howdy.
Not sure when the next game's going to be starting, but I'd imagine within a half hour or so.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't know if you want to join a different chat and BS while we're waiting for the game to start, so it's not all in stream. All in stream.
Yeah, there's 4 people watching right now. I'm one of them, so
I'm one of them also.
I figured so. I mean, I'm good with it, so.
First game looked pretty good. I didn't get to watch all of it. I was driving the camper back home, but
Yeah, I hopped in about halfway through the game, and it sounded like Kamek left a flank open that he probably shouldn't have or just didn't see, and it basically allowed Pat to roll down the line, and the game kind of got out of hand, it seems. So, and Pat ended up giving Dan like 2 snake eyes as well.
I heard that.
So, so it was pretty one-sided affair, it seems.
Did you by chance have a link to the list at all so we know what they're playing?
I don't. Luke was kind enough to just send me the list for the 2 players in the first game.
Gotcha. Well, now we're on stream. Look at that.
I was going to say, is Matt messing with it on his end?
If that's the case, I'm going to turn off my screen so I can eat and not have everybody watch me eat.
We flashed on there, now we're not. I don't see myself anyway.
Right.
Oh, I see some armies moving. I don't know for sure what this is, but like 3 hordes of infantry, a horde of flying cav.
That's it. Kingdoms of Men.
Maybe it's a couple regiments. Yeah, I'm thinking Kingdoms of Men, maybe elves.
If it's elves, I might have to just step out.
I guess it could always be like a Northern Alliance as well.
Looks like a couple giants in there.
That's the case. I'm definitely leaning more Northern Alliance.
Sitting right in front of the flyers, those look like 2 giants.
Yeah. They definitely could be. Hopefully Matt will update the names of who's playing as well for us.
Hey, you know what? I bet you Luke had the link to the list from doing the matchup casts.
Probably. I'm sure they're on a Dropbox somewhere. I can dig through Facebook real quick here.
That's what I'm doing too.
If you're in the Texas chat or page, it should be there, more readily available anyway. I'm gonna try to find it myself as well. See the matchup cast. Don't see the list. Keep going back. All right, I see the fantasy draft Google document, so okay. I'll send you this.
Oh, you found it? Nice.
I'll just put it in the Discord chat here. So it's set up with the first round matchups, but we'll just have to go through and find the people that are playing each other now.
Okay. All right, maybe I'm just crazy.
Crazy how?
I was just looking at my list that I had made in the companion app, and a random Kingdoms of Men army showed up, and I'm trying to remember when the hell I ever made a Kingdoms of Men army.
I mean, they're fun. They're good. Why not make a Kingdoms of Men army? Sorry, I just saw your text message.
You're good.
But yeah, I'm hoping that Matt helps us out here, updates who's playing who. Sorry, I just saw your text message. Otherwise, this is going to be a little awkward.
Right.
What?
You see what Chris Davis said in the chat?
Alright, might not have time. Oh, GT version of Who's That Pokemon?
We'll see if we can recognize anybody by their arms.
Right. Last game was nice because Pat had some unique hair color.
Right.
Not even sure if it was like a light bluish. I liked it, but it's tough to pinpoint exactly what color it was.
Well, I guess I could start doing this. Let's see. Oh, Adam, if you go through, you just click on one of the links to the Dropbox.
Yeah.
If you just hit the X for that list, it'll have everybody's. It'll just pull up the Dropbox then.
Nice. That's good.
I'm wondering if this is Aaron Chapman.
Could be.
At least all the model choices are looking like they're matching up. Yeah, I got money on this Chapman playing as Northern Alliance.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Who else is there from the mountain?
At this event?
Yeah, it's Garrett, Tyler. Is it just Brian and
Brian.
Latrell? Is that the only one?
Yeah, I don't think any Oklahoma guys are there. So.
I'll just start a chat with them and ask them how they did round one.
Yeah. Nathan Arnold, who's also a Colorado guy. So.
He's there too?
Yeah. Yeah, Chris, I'm wondering if they start at 1:00, because Dan hasn't moved his stuff yet. If this guy in the orange shirt's the one that has the army, that's definitely not Aaron Chapman.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
That's a Mark Cox right there. I know that.
That tells me somebody's getting back late from lunch.
Yeah. You know it's bad when Mark's moving your shit. Hopefully that doesn't mean that Dan's not playing next round. He was a little sloppy at the end of that first game. And it sounded like his plan was to get even more sloppy, so.
There was a conversation had whether or not he would make it to game 1 or not, so.
Him and Pat had several whiskeys through the game, too, I saw. Oh, there is a bald head with glasses. That could be Aaron. Yeah, it looks like that's Aaron. So that was probably Aaron's army.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I just don't know who the other guy is. Wait, is it Matt Carmack? He has a full head of hair. Is he blue hair right now or no? We'll know once we see some EOD on the table, right? Or is he playing his rats?
Honestly, kind of looks like that. Now that you say that.
Yeah. Oh, so is there... It looks like there's set... Normally they do a deploy terrain. Or... No, it looks like they're setting up the tokens first.
It looks like they're doing the tokens first.
Yeah. So it appears to be some sort of a loot scenario. Otherwise, I know in years past they've had a unique scenario called Poison the Well, which is basically a progressive scoring for loot, but the tokens don't move. You don't pick them up. So we'll see if we can get any confirmation.
Could always text Cox and ask him.
True. I'll do that right now.
I'll say I've only got him on Facebook. I don't have his phone number.
I don't either, but I'm going to message him on Facebook.
Bless you.
I get. So it looks like terrain deployment. They can't place within 6 inches of each other. It appears is about the gap, or 6 inches of the table side. And I know that the obstacles have to be placed last, and those can be placed touching another piece of terrain. So yes, Matt is playing his EOD. It looked like Aaron played Evan Holy and his dwarves in round one. I'm not familiar with him, but I assume both these players have won their first game. And Carmack played against Danny Johnson and his Northern Alliance.
I don't know if you responded to Chris Davis yet, but it looks like to us that it's going to be Matt Carmack versus Aaron Chapman.
Yep. Haven't gotten a reply back from Mark, but I think this is going to be one of the custom scenarios, the poison the well or something along those lines. Depends on if he's changed it since last year, but yeah, it looks like both of these guys likely won their round one. And I guess we could just do a quick dabble over their lists here. Or maybe we can talk about the lists once they're actually deployed and try to theorize where those units might be.
I think while they're deploying, it's a good time to mix a drink. 1 o'clock's not too early.
No, I think Dan's been drinking since 1 o'clock yesterday, so
Right.
you're behind, Billy.
Yeah. Time for me to catch up. I'll be right back.
Yep, Dan is known for closing down the bars and then starting right again in round one. So the man has an ungodly liver. I think only Paul Wolf was the one that put him to shame last year at Lonewolf.
I'd say it's probably just that event.
Yeah.
Jason and I got pretty messed up that day one. But it's in just the bar.
Fair enough. I love this deployment. I believe Matt just put a unit right behind Shobik there, and if I'm not mistaken, it's a Paphos. And then it has these little claws, and it just holds on to the shoulders of Shobik and looks over top of it. Is it just me, or is it's correcting itself? The camera was really grainy there on the table for a moment.
Yeah, it's the auto focusing on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's out of focus just a tad.
Yeah, in the corners it looks really grainy.
Yeah.
But
Which I know that's
what
something
happens
that happens to most streams, but
well, normally he turns off the auto focusing because when you run your hand underneath it, it tries to focus on that.
yeah. When people were leaning over the table, we could see their scalp really well, but everything a little blurry. It looks like the lone wolf that he's just squeezing in there.
Yep.
I believe Matt's taking the lone wolf as well for his EOD. Might be what he has in his hands here.
That's what it looks like in his hands. The two severely elite armies here.
Yeah. That's what do we got? Matt has 12 drops and
Chapman has 11.
11 drops from Chapman. Yeah.
Both
I
are
know some armies that have more drops combined. Yeah, they're almost done deploying here. So I guess we could probably start talking about lists here. So let's take a look at Chapman's first. So
he's got two hordes of naiads, vice naiads. Both of them have tundra fighters. Both of them have spears. One's got brute strength and the hammer measuring force.
So I think those both might be on the top right here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and then he's got a horde of tribesmen, which is probably the other horde on the far left side.
Yeah.
He's got Frostfang Cav, a horde of those, which is right next to the building there to the left of it. That one's got brewer sharpness.
That's going to hit hard.
Frost Claws, which are right behind what would possibly be the naiads there.
Yep, I think so.
That one's got Jesse's boots on it with bombs. Two snow foxes. Those are both behind. One's behind a giant. The other one's behind either a naiad or the third horde.
Yeah, the horde on the far right, it looks like.
Yep. And then you got Frost Giant with the cleaver, as you do. That one has I'm guessing that's the one without the rock in the air. He's got two Ice Queens. They both have, or one's got Heal and Bane Chant, the other one's got Heal and Veil of Shadows. Veil of Shadows won a Sacred Horn, as you do, and then Conjurer's Staff from the other one. I didn't quite see where those got put down, though.
I think one of them's sitting behind the giant on the right. I believe I believe
behind-
Harim is the giant on the left, just for inspiring purposes. I don't think
That
he
would make
has
sense.
another inspiring guy over there.
That would make sense.
I think I saw an Ice Queen just on the right-hand side of the building, between the Horde and the by the Frostclaw Riders there too. I thought I saw him nudge an individual in there.
Gotcha. And then last one's for Rim.
Yes, sir. So yeah, pretty compact army. Definitely looking to just grind with those 2 hordes of ensnares and hit hard enough with the Frost Claws and the Frost Fangs. And the Giants always help with kind of both ends of that spectrum, just very tanky as well as potentially puts out a lot of hurt. All right, and Carmack is doing kind of his normal EOD style of army, so very fast EOD. One of his slowest units that he has is the Enslaved Guardian Horde, which I believe, Matt, your head. We don't want to focus on your head, Matt. Why is it there?
I think it's on the right side between the 2 units there.
Yeah, I think so too. So that's a horde of them, and he brought Aegeus to the Elohi on them, which Iron Resolve is good. You can get an additional +1 Iron Resolve if you're within Shobik's aura.
That's pretty tanky.
It's nice, but
and you got a life leech in there, so you got a chance of healing 3 a turn.
yeah. I guess it's good against some shooting, especially if they're going to be on the front lines like Matt's put them here. So it makes more sense. He has a lot of Rev Cav, so we got 2 troops of Rev Cav, which are pretty clear here. One's in the center left, the other's on the far right. And then he has 4 regiments of Rev Cav, one of them having the J-Boots. And it looks like those are the 3rd unit in from the left, the very center, the right. I guess all 4 of these are regiments, aren't they? So he has 2 on the left, 1 center, and then 1 right center as well.
Yep.
Yeah. He has the Soul Snare, which I believe is right next to those Enslaved Guardians. He has the Monolith, which I believe is the thing behind the Guardians. A Pharaoh on Royal Chariot, which is definitely the unit all the way to the far left. He then has his Wolf there next to that chariot. And then he finishes it off with Shobik and Apaphis, which are the units in the very exact center of the board there, where that forest is. And Mount uses them in a unique way. So he's taken some liberty with the exceptional base size rule for the Idol of Shobik. So Idol of Shobik is actually the unit in front, and he put it on a 75 mil base instead of a 50, which hinders him for surge purposes, but it allows him to completely charge block off Apaphis. And the big thing is that even though it's on a Titan-sized base, Idol of Shobik is still only height 5. So Apaphis, being height 6, can sit behind, cast his spells, he can see over top for charging, so he can kind of do whatever he wants still. And completely be blocked off from anything that wants to shoot at him. So looks like Jason's in the chat, which I don't know why he's not on Discord, Pansy. And he says, can we actually believe anything Billy says? And, oh, look, Billy replied. So I'm interested in this game mostly because I've never played against Matt. I've played against Aaron Chapman several times. but I've never actually seen Matt pilot this army. I know he's played it forever. I've never played against it. I've never actually watched him play on a stream or anything. So I'm curious to see.
I've never seen him play this style of it. I played against the Chariots twice.
That's true. He is missing Chariots, which I'm sure he'd explain why if he was here, but. And before the game, I saw them writing down on their sheet. I believe these 3 tokens in the middle are what's it called? Are effectively pillage tokens, but I believe this is one of the progressive scoring scenarios that's unique to Lonewolf. And there's a secret or hidden objective for this, so. One of these tokens is going to be worth extra points for each side. So the way to beat Matt: shoot and then roll double 11s on Pappy. That's just rude, Jason. Everybody knew you were a mean person, but that is just over the top. That's just over the top, sir. Yeah, I agree, Chris. The Pharaoh Chariot, Matt always gets use out of that thing.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if the army plays very close to what the Chariots did.
Yeah, I mean, the Chariots were all about just being speedy and getting in your way more than actually doing damage. I think the reason he liked the Chariots was for that light plink shooting potential out of it, to apply a little bit of pressure where the cavalry obviously doesn't have that option. So,
well, it also had the benefit of it doesn't get affected by Slayer or Rampage. Like any of those special rules, Chariots don't get affected by. So
that's very true. That was a big bonus. So looking at this, I'm thinking that Chapman has that right token pretty well in hand, mainly because of the placement of that building. He's going to be able to anchor a Naiad horde, protect its flank on that building, and be in range of this token. And if he angles it a little bit, he won't even be threatened from getting flanked on the other side by looking more towards the center of the table. So, yeah. So I don't like that I like that for Aaron. Don't like that for Matt. But I think the opposite side of things is Aaron's deployment had to be split up by this building in his deployment zone. And so I think his left side is actually a kind of a weak flank, especially if how we kind of theorize that left horde is the tribesman horde. It doesn't want to take a triple charge to the front like Naiads would be fine with. So these cavalry units will hit that pretty hard and just pile in. But that looks like it's turn 4. Matt is done.
once again, there's Casey. But Casey's not in here talking.
What? Why not? Maybe they don't have the Discord information. Why don't I put the Discord information into that chat there? All right, guys, if you want to come hang out with Billy and I. The Discord information's in the chat now, so you have no excuse. Last game was a little chaotic because Dan was in the Discord chat.
I kind of liked it, honestly. It took away the guessing of it.
It did take away the guessing, but everything he said was like a 30-second delay to when it actually happened. So we're sitting there, we're like, I think they're rolling for this combat right now, and then all we hear is Dan like, double ones, double ones. It's like, okay, I guess we know what happened.
Jason, we don't have access to that. We're not there to be able to change it.
That's right. I don't own this YouTube channel. Peanut Gallery, cool. I'm going to stop reading Jason's comments anymore. I think that's what he deserves, so. There's one of those individuals, one of the Ice Queens.
Mm-hmm.
And what was it? One of them had Banechant, the other one had Bale. Yeah. And they both have heal.
I don't
Veil
know.
of Shadows.
That link.
What? Where I posted what link?
AC said he can't find the link.
The Discord link? It's just scroll up in the chat, Casey.
I don't see it in the chat either.
Oh my god, really? Maybe.
Really?
Oh, it's weird. Alright, I just posted it again. Can you see me say hello?
There you go. I see hello. Maybe you're not allowed to post links.
I guess not. Holy hell. Alright, well, if Casey, you want in, I'll just message you.
I'll say I'm going to send it to him on Facebook.
Okay, that works. And then I sent one to Jason, so that way he doesn't have an excuse. Yeah, that's kind of unique for YouTube, not allowing links in the chats.
I mean, it could be.
Might be a setting.
Right, it could be a setting.
Thing. Yeah.
Why is there so many Casey Murphys on Facebook? This is dumb.
I could send it to him.
Yeah, you send it to him.
I could find him. I know where Casey lives. Not really. That's because his name isn't Casey Murphy, I don't think, on Facebook.
Oh.
I forget what his name is, but I'm going to send it to Connor and then tell him to send it to Casey.
We're good at this stuff.
Nailed it. In the boonies of Minnesota. I don't know what that means.
Here, I found a
All
way.
of Minnesota, the boonies.
There we go.
You'll send it to Casey. Thanks, Jason.
I took care of it, Jason. Don't worry about it. You stay in your peanut gallery.
It's me. I see somebody sent it's me, but that's not Casey. I guess that picture kind of is him. All right.
I just found him in Discord. There we go.
There he is.
Okay, hold on. I gotta make sure I don't have an echo. I'm watching this on my phone.
Yeah, I definitely muted the YouTube stream.
Yeah, it was confusing because everything we say is 30 seconds behind.
Oh, that's the worst.
All right, so Aaron's movement here looks like he's pushing up aggressively, using those snow foxes to block off the charges he doesn't want. But the big thing I'm seeing is that Horde on the left is still exposed enough to be triple, quadruple charged potentially if Matt wanted to go for it. He'd have 2 of those regiments be hindered, but I'm anticipating one of those regiments is the one with the J boots.
Right.
I would imagine it's the one with the snake.
I'm assuming that's flat terrain, so.
Yeah.
I missed the matchup cast. What are these 2 lists we're looking at here?
So it's Northern Alliance on the top, and then EOD on the bottom. It's Aaron Chapman versus Matt Carmack.
Yeah.
I'll see if this link works. Do you guys see a Dropbox link in the chat?
Nope.
It's got to be upsetting or something for people not to spam, I'm guessing.
Casey, I'll put it in the Discord. So it'll be in the general chat of this Discord.
Okay.
But yeah, there's both lists.
I had no idea. I'm still trying to learn when all the big tournaments are. Like, oh, Lonewolf is going on. I wonder if they're doing something. And I went to YouTube. I was like, oh, they're streaming it.
Generally, if Matt's there, there'll be a stream on it. It's all his equipment.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the big ones that typically have a stream are always going to be, from now on, it'll be Adepticon, it'll be Lonewolf, and Monsters, here in the US anyway. Are there any other ones that typically, I don't know if, I know last year in the Mid-Atlantic Vanguard had a stream. I know they were doing that primarily for prep for Masters, but it'd be great if they did it again. Mike Atkins runs that tournament, Dash 28 group. So,
are you guys gonna try and get one for
Bug Eater runs a stream table?
I was just saying, are you guys gonna try and do one for Bug Eater, or have you in the past?
We have the last 3 years.
Nice.
Yeah, if we do, it'll be same setup as this, where we'll throw up a table, but we won't have an on-site commentary. So we'll probably do the open Discord for people that want to.
Yeah. Been trying to get a bunch of guys to go to Bug Eater that haven't been the last couple of years, I think. From the local scene up here, I've been plugging it hard.
Good, thank you.
What a guy!
I heard Patrick Brindleson is after Adepticon. He had a great time. He's trying to get to a bunch of other events from everything I've heard. So
yeah, he was up at Lady, and then he was at Renegade. I think he had fun. He owns, I don't know if you guys know, he owns or partially owns or fully owns a store up here. So I imagine he's probably pretty busy on the weekends, but he's a good guy.
Makes sense. Yeah, he seemed to do pretty well at Adepticon. He was the fourth man for the team award for those Lords of War guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's one of those guys that plays a lot or has played a lot of games. I know just in the couple Discord servers we're in, he's always plugging lists, and I'll see him pop up in like the Old World channel and then the King's channel, and I don't know if he ever got into AOS or not, but
I feel like he's a lot like Sean. He just plays a lot of games.
I just say, yeah, I don't know if he's as hardcore as Sean, but that blew my mind the first time I heard that. And it's one thing to just like, play a lot of games, but it's another thing to play back to back to back days at a tournament
Yeah.
of like different game system each day, it's like I feel like my brain would just melt.
Did you hear what Sean did?
No, but I would imagine he probably played Old World and or AOS, and then I know obviously he played Kings.
He played AOS Friday or Thursday, Friday, and then played Kings of War Saturday.
Ooh.
Yeah, he played 10 tournament games in 4 days.
Yeah,
5
nice.
AOS, 5 Kings of War, and he went 4-1 in both of them. He was 4-0 and loses his last game in both events.
Yeah, it's that's a lot of gaming. My back would just be destroyed too.
Dude, I would have a headache.
So it doesn't look like he's doing a triple charge unless he's throwing the wolf in there too on that left side.
He's going to be doing a quadruple charge if he does it, because there's a little gap there where the wolf would end up.
Right, that's what it's like.
Yeah, he was measuring to see if he has it.
And then I'm assuming that
I think he's going to take a gamble here and try to put Pappy into these guys. And I saw him measuring there. It looks like his goal, or he was going to try to get a soul snare shot into it as well, which is a sneaky way to get a couple extra wounds. And because those Frostfangs don't have any waiver mitigation, he's not looking to kill him necessarily. He's just looking to hit that 15 waiver. And it's kind of like I was saying before, this left-hand flank is definitely the weaker of the two flanks. I mean, I don't hate what Matt's doing here. I think he can easily
the speed on that wolf. I wonder if that wolf can get to the flank of the Frostfangs.
Ooh, it looks like that's what he's trying right now.
Avoiding the forest and getting in.
And then, oh my gosh, if he can do it, that is amazing for him. Absolutely.
And it reaches. That's in.
Yep. And Pappy, I mean, that's a huge bonus because Pappy has Cloak of Death. This wolf inherently has Dread built in. So that's already a -2 to those guys. And both Pappy and that wolf put out some hurt.
The wolf
I'd
also
expect
has
it to be dead.
The wolf has a one-time use Dread 2.
That's right. Yep. So he could just go ham here and get double Dread, which should be in range for that horde that he's triple charging if he wants to do that as well. So
that could blow up this left flank real quick.
Yeah, if it works, then he takes out 2 big threats on the left, and then Harim's sitting there completely surrounded afterwards.
So I'm just looking at Matt's list, and I don't know that I've ever seen a list of his. I know I've never been at any events that he's at, I don't think, but that's a very unique EOD list.
It's very fast, very pressure. He's played.
I was just saying, it's so fast.
He's played a list like this for a long time. It just used to be chariots.
Okay. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. So much to chew through too.
Yeah. He has years of experience with this army, so.
Soul Snare's so good too.
Oh yeah. Not many people take those 4 living legends. A lot of times,
there's a lot of points,
you know. But Pappy, he's always been a fan of Pappy, and so that's his baby right there.
Him and Adam have had some chats in night chats talking about how Pappy's bad.
I mean, Pappy's gotten buff for the past 2 or 3 years. Thanks, Matt.
I love your wife.
But he's finally to a point where I'm like, okay, if you're gonna take any big expensive dragon in the game, I think he is the one, and it's mainly because he has Cloak of Death.
Mm-hmm.
But ever since this last year, they changed it to where he used to have a special rule where he was elite just for his spells. But now they've just changed it to drop that unique special rule. It cleans it up really well. but then he just has flat elite. So
elite, crush 3, melee 3, 10 attacks. I'll take that. And Cloak of Death.
I'll be right back. I got a call coming.
That was good.
Yeah, I was playing Connor the other day, trying to figure out what list I'm going to bring for Bug Eater. And I ran a 2 Goreblight list, and it was like, it's kind of weird, lots of Cloak of Death, and them being on the little 50 mil bases, they can get surges easy. Or flanks, rather. That's sweet. Cloak of Death's just so nice when you have it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like the Cloak of Death with Morgoth to potentially do Dread, and it's just like Harley combos.
Right.
Jason's just been responding to everything we've been saying in the chat. What is...
Send that straight in, which would be...
Who, Oh, the wolf must be a tournament special character.
Yeah, so you get the choice of a lone wolf or a lone ranger. I can't remember what they're exactly called, but they're special for the event. The ranger has shooting stuff that has the chance of getting shatter, or else has shatter, and the wolf is obviously all melee and has dread, and then they each have 2 different abilities that they can use once. You can only pick one of them, and you can only use it once in the game. I know one of them for the ranger was it gets shattered, and then one of the ones for the wolf is it gains Cloak of Death, I think is what it was, and then the dread for a turn. So you can only pick one of those, to my knowledge, if it hasn't changed since I went to Lone Wolf. You can only pick one of them, and then what do you call it? You only get to use it once per game.
Sounds pretty good, though.
It's good and fairly balanced, too, because you both have access to it, so it's not like it's...
Yeah. Shatter with the ability to do shatter 2 once.
So it looks like... Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So it looks like you send the Enslaved Guardians in on the right side there. What we're assuming is an Naiad Ensnare. And protecting one of his other Revenant Calves, taking out the Snow Foxes.
And this is in Texas, right?
Yeah. This is Mark Cox's event. Normally one of the bigger tournaments that we have over in the US.
Yeah, it's to say I've definitely heard of it. Trying to get a laundry list of tournaments I want to go to once I'm more settled into this new parent gig.
Oh yeah. Welcome back, Adam.
Parent life going?
It is going. Our son is almost 3 months old now. He's like between 4 weeks or 12 weeks and 3 months. That weird calendar math or whatever, but no, he's doing pretty good. He's honestly a pretty mellow kid. really only cries when he's overtired or hungry. So much better than it could be going, you know.
I mean, I do the same thing. So
Exactly, he gets it from me. But no, yeah, I really wanted to make it out to Adepticon this year, but I felt it'd probably lead to some strife between my wife and I. So yeah, I should be hitting all the Minnesota ones though, I think, and I'm going to Bug Eater.
Nice. Love to hear it.
Oh yeah, get a nice carpool going. Hoping we can get a couple guys, because I think last year, if I remember, several people that normally go didn't go, as far as I understand. But at least from Minnesota, I should say. That'll be nice.
Yeah, you guys still had a good group. I mean, you guys just have a really big group. So
We do, yeah. It's pretty nice.
competitive is another story. I mean, once Sean doesn't
there's
go,
a
then
few of them. There's a few of them.
See,
I mean, Jeff Shulkin's like I don't remember last time he was at at Bug Eater, and so yeah, maybe he'll show up one day.
It's funny. I play Jeff pretty regularly, and interesting because I've been playing for like a year and a half now, and the first 6 months out, we were like went from him basically teaching me what to do, and then him kind of calling out my mistakes or saying, "Hey, don't do that. You're leaving this open." And now we're like fully gloves off, and I almost tied him the other day. And then we played like the next, 2 or 3 days later, I played a different list and got totally smoked by his Adepticon list. But
yeah, that sounds about right.
He's a good guy, though.
Well, the positioning here is looking pretty good for Matt, assuming that he does get some kills. So
long as he kills some of that left flank, yes.
Yeah. I think one of the big things here, though, actually is I don't know if they fit, but in the center here, if he doesn't kill the snow foxes with that regiment of Revcav, his corner's exposed to the birds. They could hit the flank of that unit and potentially be in a pretty difficult spot if Matt doesn't put anything looking towards the right-hand side. So,
right.
We'll see how this all ends up, but
trying to see the dice rolls, but Matt's head keeps on making it unfocused. Looks like a 1, 2, and 2 5s.
So that was the Drain Life roll, I believe.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Looks like he targeted the horde of ensnarers on the right and healed the troop of Revcav in the center, which I assume got shot by the birds.
Right, that's what it looks like. He forgot a Cloak of Death.
Okay. Oh.
On the foxes that are behind Pappy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to matter, but
we'll see. Yeah, this game will be interesting if this horde on the left holds. I think if it just immediately gets popped, Aaron's in a lot of trouble then.
Wasn't a terrible roll. Missed 8 attacks, it looks like.
Yeah, which if this is the ones with J boots, that's perfectly average. If it was just hindered, that was well above average. So,
right.
Looks like 5 on that.
So it should be at 6.
Only 3 hits there, so that definitely was a hindered unit.
Mm-hmm.
Another, I don't know if that was 2 or 3 there that connected. This horde is probably going to be okay if only 8 or 9 wounds is on it right now. Chariot hit 5 times. It was coming off the hill, so it shouldn't need everything. But there was 2 1s. So 3 more. So this horde should be at 12 wounds.
Give or take if you use the double dread or not.
Yeah, 12 wounds plus double dread would be 14, so he needs a 9 twice. A 5 is not going to do it. So
I would say he just waves saying fine. Yep.
Yeah. But
he's not a terrible spot, though. It's a lot of wounds. Should be able to take care of it next turn.
It was math-wise, looking at it, it's like, that should hold to this triple charge. Even with the double dread. The hindered cab unit did maybe a little bit below average, but everything else hit pretty well what it should have, so. I believe this is the regiment onto the Snow Foxes here.
William says hi, Adam.
Hi, William.
Hi.
Dead Snow Foxes once. Dead Snow Foxes twice, it looks like. So.
Yep.
Which is good. Now he's taking a front charge. Oh, he's going to angle it even better, probably. Potentially could prevent the charge entirely here. And Matt definitely sees it, so he knows what he's trying to do. Right. This, I believe, is the Lone Wolf, who has 6 attacks there. He only hit 3.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like they all connect. Not too bad. About average. And Happy's Dragon with 10 attacks with Elite. Looks like 3 misses, 1 elite roll, so we got 7 hits there. And anything but ones, it looks like all 7, so 3 plus 7 plus 1 from the cloak.
There
should be at 11. Yeah, should be at 11 without the dread. And if he popped the double dread like we expected, he needs... That's a low number. I see a 1 on one of them.
I think unless we use double dread, that's going to be a waiver. If that's a 4 from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's a 4 or a 2. Because a 5 should get him. Or maybe it is a 3? I don't know. The glare is not good.
You guys are both just too old.
What do you see, young man?
Hold on, let me enhance. Nope, I'm all the way zoomed in. Nope, never mind, no, I'm not. Yeah, we definitely have something. I think the one on the left is the one on the left, like the symbol, is that a 6?
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Well, there's something going on there. I don't know what just happened there, but
I think they diced it off whether it was good. I don't know. That was weird.
Yeah.
But like everything on the left flank survived.
Ooh.
Yeah. Now that horde definitely is wavered. The horde of Frostfangs.
Yeah.
Okay. So he just did some wounds with his enslaved guardians on the right. Didn't expect to kill anything, but just trying to. And he did or maybe that was on the snow foxes that he flanked. Casey, your brother might be joining.
Connor just texted me from Adam and then sent me the thing, and I said, thanks, we resolved it like 18 minutes ago. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, he just sent me asking, can I join? It's like,
Say no, only one Murphy per
one Murphy at a time, please. You're going to have to wait until he goes to the bathroom, and then you got a 5 minute
fight for the thing.
That was a lot of hits into an ensnarer horde here. Holy
unless this would make a lot more sense if the other ensnarer horde was on the and this is the tribesman.
Just based off how big the models are, I think that tribesmen are definitely on the left. Because those bastards were supposed to go on 25 mil bases originally. I think Matt just rolled out of his mind there and did like 11 wounds when he shouldn't have. I also don't think Matt would have triple charged a phalanx ensnaring horde on the left.
Yeah.
There's definitely spears coming out of both of the units on the right, so. I step away for a quick moment again. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll wait till you're back then. So you got Frost Claws that are possibly... He doesn't have much of a choice with them. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Matt normally doesn't use symbol dice.
Okay. So I wonder what it would have been then. Or maybe...
I mean, I'm assuming it's got to be. I guess we'll see when he starts rolling dice, but I'm assuming that unit's got to be wavered.
Yeah.
So I'll be regens.
Ice cup technique. I like that. It's like Yahtzee.
It speeds it up for him because it's got all the different.
Yeah,
dice.
it's smart. It's smart. I
Count
should
it
do
up.
that. It's like, my undead list that I play, it's either 18 attacks on any of the hammers or 12 or 15 or whatever. Just a good idea. Get them color coded and then not having to try and do mental math.
Yeah, he started doing that. At least when I mainly seen him start doing that was when he ran his almost all decimator army when he had to have things pre-measured out to get it done quickly.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Urban Darkness. Yeah, this game got intense quick. Turn 2 charges.
funny. It's like you don't need the EOD scouting upgrades when you just run all RevCav. We'll get there.
Yep.
Caskets here. I have a buddy I got into Kings of War who plays EOD, and I think he's probably got a pretty average list, like a couple mummies, some enslaved guardians, a couple troops of RevCav. But it's funny when it would play against my undead, it's just the slowest games, just like cagey in the middle until somebody finally is like, all right, I'm bored.
Yeah.
I guess I'll charge. He's moving over. Oh, that was a counter onto the chariot, right? I'm like, what kind of maneuver was that?
Yeah, that'd be a counter on the chariot. So far, it looks like we have a counter on the chariot and a counter on the enslaved guardians.
Suppose it wasn't wayward then.
No, we were talking about the horde.
On the other side. Okay.
Yeah, the Frostfang horde is what we were talking about, and then it looks like Harim charging the one of the RevCav.
It looks like Aaron's trying to debate, does he go after Shobik or not? And that is usually the wrong choice.
When you walked away, he was measuring it out with a blank base for the Frost Claws.
Yeah, see if he could get like double charging into him.
Yeah, I'm guessing trying to do the Frost Claws and the Giant.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. If he could do both Frost Claws and Giant, it might be worth it, but
for the way how things are positioned, I don't think they both could fit.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think Matt knows how important it is that Shobik only takes a single charge.
I mean, they're not completely flush.
Take a double.
I'll say I'm putting my hands up if they can see me on stream, but they're not flush. They're catty cornered so that you're only gonna be able to fit one in there.
There's that slight concave in.
Well, depending upon how they're sitting, it might even protect that cav unit completely from the Frost Claws charging.
Hunter said he would join, but he's on hold right now with a company, is what he said. Not very mysterious and official. I think it's fake. I think it's just an excuse.
The world would be off if we had two great Murphys.
I know. Because one of us would know. One of us would know what he was talking about. The other one just keep blabbing. You guys decide who's who. Yeah. Is the big gulp impassable, or what does that count as down there in the corner?
Yeah, probably. Or it's if you get down there, you win.
Yeah, but you have to submerge one of your bases into the orange soda. He's going in.
What does he go? Well, he's got to be going into the cavalry regiment because he wouldn't be centered up on there for Shobik, which you don't charge Shobik anyways.
Yeah.
That's what I figured was going to be happening. Interesting. Right, so that would be why.
Where did Adam? Dropbox link in the YouTube? Or is it in the Discord?
He did it in the Discord. It's in the text channel of the Discord.
Yeah, okay. See the alliance list.
So it looks like he's charging in the second Naiad.
I'm back. Miss anything important?
Looks like he committed the Frost Claws to the regiment, and the Wolf went in there with him, which was kind of surprising. I thought the Wolf might have had an angle to get into there or the monolith, but
yeah, especially up on the hill.
Right.
I would have gone after that Soul Snare for sure.
Right.
Soul Snare is huge.
And then obviously committed the rest of the charges around.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this counter charge on the left onto the chariot is it sets up Matt for not very good options for his charges the following turn, but the chariot's the thing that he's least likely to kill in my opinion, and it has regeneration.
Oh yeah, there's a reason why when I visit Texas it's only for a couple days there, Chris. I can't do hot weather.
You drink big, I like that.
So the question here is, does Chapman actually break any units with the charges he's done?
I could see
the double charge on the regiment to the right of Shobik is the most likely one.
3 units breaking here.
Really?
Well, I mean,
which 3?
The 2 troops of Cav. One of them being Harem.
No, Harem's on the left, I believe. That's just a normal giant. So it's 2 less attacks, but for the normal giant, but yeah.
And then the Naiad coming into the... I mean, that one will be closer, but the other troop of Revenants...
See, I feel like these troops of cav they're going to hold up at least one turn's worth of charge.
But you got to think it's going to be
Dash 14.
it's going to be 30 attacks on 4s and either what are the defense 5? So either way, they're going to be on 4s because he's got burst strength on one and hammer on the other.
Yeah. It looks like he's trying to do a Bane Chant there onto the unit engaged with the Guardians, so... but yeah, 4s and 4s, we're still looking at like 7.5 wounds on average.
He got that off,
that was
so...
6 twice.
Those troops dashed 15 or 17? Or dash
14.
17, right? 14.
The troops are dash 14, the regiments are dash 17.
Yeah.
Now, what would be awful is if he lost his horde of Guardians on the right to these ensnares.
And I'm guessing this is going to be the burst strength one. Otherwise, he would have Bane Chanted them.
Right.
That's a lot.
Like roughly 10 wounds or so.
Three, 6, 10, 11.
Dread. Yeah, so it's 12 with Dread. That is
That's scary. That's scary measures there.
Yeah. I guess 10 is average though, so it's right there.
11, 12, need a 5 twice.
Yep. Once. That looks like twice.
Yep.
That is not what Matt wanted.
Bane Chant was big.
Yes, there it is. And they had regeneration that they rolled for. They have life leech 2. Those things, that horde is, yeah,
not going anywhere.
Nope, it's perfectly fine.
It's an expensive build, but it works. As long as it makes up its points, it's all that matters.
Right. Not sure what this roll was for here.
Ew. Was that a Snake Eyes? No, it's a 3 and a 3.
So it was only a couple wounds there. That guy held.
I clearly don't know anything.
Oh, so it looks like he popped his Cloak of Death option on his Lone Wolf this turn. That's why there was those extra wounds out there now.
Okay.
Vicious. Connected all of them. Looks like. Should be up to 6 wounds after Cloak. And these birds hit pretty hard when they're not hindered, so. 3, 6, 8 more. Should be up to 12, 13.
Once and
Looks like he got him.
Twice. And because of order operations, he really can't do much of the frost claws there. Just imagine flip it off.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
You know, the funny thing is that even though Matt lost 2 units there, I don't think anything over there is really chewing through Shobik for the rest of the game.
Right. Good sidestep on the wolf.
Yeah.
He's safe everywhere now.
Yeah. All right, let's see if he can get lucky here and pop the troop with this horde.
30 on 4s and 4s. That was a. Oh, I was going to say that was a solid start, but
It's about average. 4, 8, 9. So
5 twice.
that's above a couple above. And I think that's a 4 he rolled, so they should be fine. Because there's no dread in range, right?
Nope, because he moved the. Oh, I don't think it was closer, anyways. But the wolf wasn't close enough.
Looks like the Frostclaws picked up the Cav regiment. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah. The Frostclaws and the wolf picked it up. And then he failed to kill the. After doing 9 wounds, he failed to kill the regiment. Rev Cav.
All right, in the general chat here for Discord, I posted what March sent me. Looks like he got me the second round matchups and everything, and no battle points or anything with it, but you get to see who's playing who. I see a Garrett Mercer versus Justin Robbins on table 7 there.
Ooh,
looks interesting. But
it seems like it's a pretty big event, honestly. A good turnout, right?
Lonewolf always has a good turnout. This is actually a low year attendance wise. It looks like
a low year at 23 tables.
23 tables, so that's what 46 players.
Yeah,
yeah.
Not bad.
Most years they have well over 60. But yeah, it looks like Aaron did not break anything else. Kind of what we were expecting here. Just doing some damage here and there.
All right, while we're doing movement, I'll be right back.
Okay. So his Lone Wolf is going into the flank of that horde. Good idea. Definitely finish it off. Pappy can finish off this other horde by himself. Cloak of Death happening.
Cloak of Death, yeah.
I think the charges on the left are pretty self-explanatory. The 2 have to go into the horde. The 1 back into Harim over there. Matt's trying to figure out if he can get the flank on these frost claws that are in front of Shovik there. I'll be honest, just by what we can see, it doesn't look likely, but maybe he has some other tricks up his sleeve for this. Because the last thing he wants is cavalry units going into spears and ensnaring.
Yeah, right.
So there goes the obvious charges on the left we were expecting.
And
yeah, it's a little bit more messy over here on the right. Ideally, Matt wants to somehow save his soul snare from getting charged by this individual. But I don't know exactly if he can find a safe place. Because that monolith can't charge without any attacks. Yeah, Chris is saying normally Lone Wolf has 70 to 80 players. Yeah, every year I've been, it's been 60 plus, I feel like, and a couple years were extremely high, so.
yeah, I was gonna say, I know it's a well-renowned tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Sidestep him. Not sure what that movement over there is trying to accomplish. That horde is in the rear of the troop of Cav, so. And yeah, it can't fit in to get to the soul snare, but that individual is more than enough, I feel like. I don't think he's moved this center regiment of cavalry at all, so I'm curious as to.
Nope. Yeah, I was wondering if he's going to try. I don't know if he has any surge over there that's not actively engaged in combat, but I was wondering if he's going to try. Yeah, that's true. I forgot the monolith can do. Reach out and do anything. I was going to say, I wasn't sure if. I don't think he'd be able to pull one off on the frost claws. And I don't know that he can get anything outside of just the front charge on the ensnarers, so he might be could just be holding them back to see where they go next.
He's perfectly fine just holding out of being in combat with those ensnarers for as long as possible. So this should be the soul snare shooting, which 6 hits is amazing. And oh my god, it looked like 4 wounds there. And he was targeting the giant or the frost claws, hopefully. Yeah, frost claws. That's big. Within range of that unit? No, not quite. So, yeah, that was some unfortunate placement. I feel like Matt could have had a better placement to get a better heal off, but
One, he did move. He sidestepped, right? So he might have been in range and then
yeah,
took
exactly.
himself out.
Because I don't think that movement really gained him anything currently. So, I don't know which. I assume this is one of the troops here. That was Shobik that had 2 hits. Oh my god.
Seems rough.
Like absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
And those guys are fine somehow. Yeah, that feels bad when you have 10 attacks hitting on 3s and you only hit 2.
Tough.
The troop on the giant, I believe, right now. 3. The troop did more to the giant.
Alright, I'm back. This night if you want to play a bit.
Welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, sometimes those troops will surprise you.
Oh, yeah.
Or like
the troops of Rev Cav are great. Alright, so what Matt needs is he needs this left-hand side to go his way for sure here.
what scenario are they playing?
Poison the Well.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a unique scenario just for Lone Wolf.
Ah, okay.
Looks like he's doing better with that. His Cav regiment is still going to be hindered this turn because it was in the forest and the countercharge was on the chariots.
Yeah, on the chariots.
4 hits and a couple more. That horde should be closer to 15 or 20 wounds now, so it should be pretty much anything once. And a 10, yep, so that'll do her. At changing facing of the individual, which means nothing. Alright, this should be Pappy.
Solid.
Yep. So that unit should be devastated at this point. Dead once. Dead twice. Alright, now Pappy should be looking towards the right here. Do not turn him to left. Alright, good. Yeah, a flying dragon is definitely wants to threaten this flank over here.
All these flanks, yeah.
Yeah. Harim might chew through a couple of these units on the left, but Matt should still win that in the end, so.
Nice.
He's like, all this stuff is going to come over this way.
Yeah, I mean, like we said to start this game, it's an elite army on an elite army. So as soon as you start picking up these units, it goes
impactful.
Quick.
Yeah.
I would say that Matt has not lost. Well, No, it's probably about right, about even. Matt did lose his Enslaved Guardians, which is a key unit in this matchup against those Ensnarer hordes.
Mhm.
Because Pappy with Fly, he doesn't really do much to the front. Shobik doesn't have the attack volume to really do enough. So he's going to have to rely on flanks outside of those guys, out of the Enslaved Guardians. And likewise, Aaron lost his Frostfangs with Sharpness, which is a big point sink, without it doing any wounds. So
Aaron lost a lot of his threat, but I mean, he still has the sheer number of dice he can do.
yeah, Aaron has the grind left, and I mean, EOD grind well, but this is one of the few situations where those Naiads with all the support are just better grinding units.
Mm-hmm.
They have heal, they have regen, they have life leech 2. It's all the stuff that EOD has, but they have a huge nerve. And Ensnare and Phalanx, so.
Right.
Wonder what Aaron's trying to do here with his individual. I don't think he can see over the Frost Claws.
He shouldn't be able to. Plus, he's just trying to run around and not charge.
Yeah, he could run through his own units.
Surprised he wasn't going to go for the Soul Snare.
Yeah, that's my thought, is take out that Soul Snare as quickly as possible. Like, it worked out that he killed the regiment this last turn, but I still would have taken my charge on the Soul Snare if I had that opportunity, so. It looks like he did go in the Soul Snare here, so I'm not sure what else there is to think about. Just placement of the individuals, maybe?
Plus, if he was trying to get Dread over there, I don't know. I don't know what he was measuring over there.
Yeah, I mean, really nothing else. Unless Aaron's thinking, a couple turns ahead scenario-wise, what is it looking like? But Matt clearly has the left-hand token, which I guess is tough to see here, but the token on the left-hand side just to the south of the furthest regiment of knights. There's one token in the center in between a regiment of knights and a troop of knights there. And then there's a token on the right, which I believe is pretty much under the other troop of knights that Matt has. And the scenario changes year to year. I know a couple years ago it was a progressive scoring. I think last year you started scoring on like after turn 3 or turn 4, it was progressive. So I can't say exactly when these points are going to be accumulated or not, but Matt had the first turn, so Aaron, having the bottom of the turn, will be able to kind of dictate what unit strength is in range of which token. So
Oh, they've consulted the rules.
Yeah, but we know this. Matt doesn't know the rules, so I don't know why he's trying to teach Aaron.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know what they're looking at. Yes.
Yeah, there's really nothing that I feel like everything's locked up here, right? I don't know what they're discussing at this point. We find his individual behind the building. Looks like he wants to be in range to cast Heal or Bane Chant. I would assume Heal. Bane Chant going into Shobik from the Frost Claws. That's not going to do dick shit. Like, who cares if you're wounding on 5s or 6s? You're never killing him. He's got Life Leech. He's got Iron Resolve. So, I would rather see the heal just to because Shobik failed so hard. Shobik only did 2 wounds to the Frost Claws, Billy. I think you might have been gone when that happened.
I did not get to see that. That's wild.
The Soul Snare shot in and did 4 wounds, so these Frost Claws are sitting at 6 right now, and they're not even wavered. So if he heals them well enough, Shobik probably won't kill them again because, well, the Soul Snare is engaged in combat now. So he doesn't have support. One thing I wish Matt did was back up the Regiment of Cav that's in the center of the board there a little bit. It might have given him some angle to potentially flank those Frost Claws if they were there for another turn. But then again, if he loses his troop of Rev Cav, the reform might block it off either way, so... There's just a lot of thinking for these 2 individuals here.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. We moving along here? Here we go. Healing.
Chris was saying they were looking at the arcs, pages of arcs, perhaps. In the rulebook.
Interesting.
Yeah, they definitely need to learn how arcs work in this game. I'm just gonna laugh when Aaron rolls Snake Eyes on the Troop of Cav on the far right, and then his giant gets rear charged by Pappy.
That's just mean to say that.
I'm just saying.
That's just mean.
It could happen. I'm also gonna laugh when shit like that happens to Matt too, because fuck it, it's just funny. Looks like this is the giant attacking, maybe. I don't know. That was a lot of dice. It could have been into Shovik. Oh, it was Harim. Okay. Will Harim kill this regiment over 2 rounds of combat? It's like once. It's like twice. He's making sure he's not going to get surge flanked. Which is a good idea, but I don't think that's going to accomplish it. Matt has surge from the chariot pharaoh on the left, as well as obviously the monolith, but monolith is out of range, which is one of the few times you'll hear that being said.
Yeah, that else he's trying to make it that if he does surge, that it's going to be hindered no matter what.
Possibly. I think it is possible that Matt could still get a flank surge, but we'll get there when we get there. Even with a flank surge, Revenant Cav aren't a guarantee by any means, so. Not sure exactly which combat this is. It might be against the... Yeah, with the Vicious Rolls, it's probably against the Soul Snare. So, looks like 10 wounds. Still not Snake Eyes. Soul Snare is surprisingly durable.
Yeah, it is. And the monolith.
But it dies, so. Oh, was that the Giants' attack? It looked like it was a Snake Eyes, but I don't know what he was rolling for. It was close. Okay. So they just said, yeah, roll Snake Eyes, don't roll 90 attacks for a rear. All right, now this is where Aaron wants to take a little bit of time because there are some tricky things Shobit can do with some sidestep and potentially getting surged in. So I can understand wanting to make sure all of that is blocked off. Just making sure everything's kosher here. But we can actually see that token now on the far right. It's just underneath the ensnarers, who are now back to full health because of life leech and regen and all that stuff.
God, they're just nasty.
Yes, they are.
Not many units inside they took a charge from Slave Guardians. They killed them on the counter charge, and then are full health a turn later.
Full health again, yeah. It's just...
And none of the heals went into that unit. All the heals were going into other units. This looks like the other horde of ensnarers trying to finish off these pesky little troops. Looked like about 9 wounds more on them, so should be snakes. And it is done. Depending on how Aaron reforms this, he could protect the flank of these birds. But if he's unable to protect the flank, I think that's going to be an issue for him, because then he's going to be looking at nothing, assuming Pappy flies over and charges something else. The cav hits the flank and then either overruns or repositions so that they're out of the front arc. This is a pretty crucial reform here. I don't know if he's accomplished it here. We'll have to see.
Don't.
Matt's turn. I'm pretty sure the only combat left is on Shobik, which it looks like he did have a Bane Chant token there, so he opted not to finish off the healing and complete the Bane Chant. So it looks like that was Aaron's turn. Seems like Matt is starting to look at his options here.
Yep, top of 4.
Yes, sir. So, depending on if this is a progressive scoring or not, I guess Matt may want to leave a unit on that far left token. We'll have to see. So, looks like he's doing an individual pivot before declaring charge to get his leader point in the flank of Harim there. Yep. So he's doing that. And it looks like he's just going to do a double charge now. Because Harim's tall enough for the chariot to see. Let's see if he remembers to roll his regen for his chariot or not.
I'm gonna drop off and go take care of the baby for a little bit. Thank you, boys, for having me on.
Thanks for joining, bud.
Fun, Casey.
Scintillating input from me. Yeah. I'll catch you guys around.
Gotta pop your cherry sooner or later.
Exactly. All right, take care, guys.
So I think the correct answer against this ensnare horde here is not to do that, Matt. Oh, shit.
And it's a Surge Pappy to the flank, it looks like.
Pappy does not shamble.
Or not Pappy, a Pappy.
Yeah, same guy. But no, he's not a shambling unit.
Okay, so then what is plan here?
He has drain life, but I think maybe Matt's just trying to keep Pappy
him off the token,
being charged and within range of the token, and maybe just keep the unit strength value there and keep his flying options open.
Yeah.
But if he's doing that, I'm worried about Shobik here.
Getting flanked.
Yeah, because Shobik's going to be taking some punishment now. He definitely can do that, but
he's moved on the drain life, so
yeah. And I mean, he did well with it. Looks like he got 4 or 5. No healing, but I don't think anything's really damaged. I think he forgot his regen on the left over there, but looks like Shobik hit 6 times this time and wounded 5. Not enough.
That hurts.
Yeah. This looks to be on the left. I assume this was the chariot.
Chariot or the wolf, yeah.
The wolf has 6 attacks, so I think this is the wolf here. Breath 1, Thunder 1 with Vicious, so don't roll 2s. He got all 4. Alright, now does the regiment come through? It's hindered, so 5s and then 4s. That looked like a hell of a hit. Holy shit.
4? Oh my god.
So 5 wounds? That was pretty damn good.
That. You take that.
That's a good nerf, it looked like. Got him! Oh my god! That was one we were not expecting. Holy hell.
Backing up D3.
Yep, get on that token, assuming that it's progressive scoring.
Well, nobody's going to start after the rest of the game.
Yeah, which would absolutely make sense with his positioning in the center if it's progressive scoring, because he has 5 unit strength there with the Pappy and that regiment.
Right.
So he was probably trying to deny Aaron points instead of doing the flyover and the flank charge and everything. So that definitely makes much more sense strategically why he made those choices. And Aaron is likely going to be holding his horde of ensnares on the right back there, just to be keeping on that token, because Aaron only has the 2 hordes, the birds, I guess, and the giant with unit strength. Oh, I guess he has his Lone Wolf. They have 0.5 unit strength as well. Yeah, no, that's a good positioning on Matt's part now that I see it with the scenario. Because it looks like the giant off the hill is also angled in such a way where it can't see Pappy, or I'm sorry, it can't see Shobik, and it can't fit with a double charge into those the cav because of where the building is and where those the birds are. So I think Matt strategically wanted those birds to still be alive to prevent scary double charges.
Yeah, I agree.
Now Aaron's going into Monolith, which in my mind is the wrong choice. A Monolith's not doing anything for the rest of the game there, and you're never disordering the Monolith. So I would have rather seen him go into Shobik just to try and get some more wounds onto him, because Shobik's not going to punch back on an individual and kill it.
I honestly thought that he might leave the giant behind and take that flank with the ensnares there on Shobik.
Yeah. I don't think he has the angle to get in there because of the birds. And the birds can't slide over because of his other horde of ensnarers. So Aaron's just getting jammed up by his own units here, it seems.
I see that, yeah, with the monolith, you wouldn't be able to pivot that far and get around. I see it now.
Right. I assume Aaron checked it, but it's really close if a Pappy's in the flank or front of that giant on the hill.
It looks front to me.
Yeah, which I assume is definitely the intent for it. What the heck is that? I
didn't think you could see the monolith.
I thought the monolith was in the flank of that unit.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I thought that's purposely why Matt put him there. That's odd. I'm gonna go back a little bit just to make sure I'm not crazy. But no, it was absolutely in the flank by a mile. There was no way that horde could see him. I don't know what's going on with that. I think Matt might be okay with it because Pappy's got a flank on them now, but
I mean, regardless.
Enchant, it goes off. Now moving him forward, I think it's a flank now from Pappy into the giant. So heal. Gets him back to full health, I assume. Something close to that. Matt's helping Aaron to not give him a free flank.
Yes and no. Shobik's now looking at a flank of the giant.
Yeah, but Shobik's got the bird still in front of him. That's what that base is there. So we'll see if this Horde of Ensnarers getting Bane Chanted does the same thing it did before. It's the same defensive value, a dash 17, defense 5. He rolled a lot worse than before, only 9 wounds. With Dread in range, it should be a 7 twice, but it looks like he failed it. Like the Wolf is going into Shobik. Did 1, maybe? Maybe 2. I can't remember if those birds were wavered or not. He's skipping them, so I assume they are wavered.
Right.
That's a lot of hits into this middle unit here. He needs 4s again.
Good roll.
That is
10
wounds.
10
The
wounds.
average is 7.5. Hot damn. Believe he needs a 7 twice again here.
Did not get it the second time.
Doesn't look like it. Nope, doesn't look like he got it. And now, because that was bottom of 4, I believe this is where they start a progressive scoring situation. So they're adding up unit strength and whatnot. It looks like Matt has the center and the left token. Aaron has the right token. Looks like he's trying to see if he can get his individual into the flank of the ensnarers, which appears to be the case with that pivot initially there. Much rather have that guy hitting on 3s versus 5s. I wonder what, if anything, a Pappy's going to end up doing here. Chariot moves forward. I think the wound marker in the back or the far left over there is that Chariot's wounds, but I also think Matt's been forgetting regen, so. So this is top of 5. He's doing drain life again.
I don't know if I'd have done that.
When you hit 6 times, or no, he didn't hit 6. He hit 4. Fine.
I would have thought he'd have taken Pappy into the other ensnarer's flank.
Yeah, I thought he might as well. But if they're full health and Monolith has no the Monolith has no attack values, you're only getting what Pappy gives you at that point. I am surprised that he did not back up the Monolith so that if Aaron decides to charge with the ensnarers, he would be coming off the token.
Right, but you could essentially do the same thing he's doing right now with Pappy. Put him on the other token, still drain life.
Right.
And then if he does that, then he runs off and then...
I guess this is what he was hoping for, is to break those birds this turn, keep a Pappy's flank threat open because Shobik's in town here and ready to go. And yeah, Shobik's looking forward still towards the giant because he doesn't care about the individual in his flank. Looks like the Cav did a couple wounds, which is about right, hitting on 6s. So He has the character in the flank as well. 4 hits. Should be 4 wounds. So between Cloak of Deaths and everything, I don't know where this horde's sitting at. But it looks like it should be fine.
So it looks like it was possibly a gift back for double ones.
Maybe, but I think that horde has healed a lot between its regen, its life leech, the heal that I don't expect it to have died that turn anyway. So that was Matt's top of 5. Moving on to the bottom of the turn here. I mean, I think that Aaron has, I guess, a couple of choices here, but nothing great. His horde could countercharge the individual or the cav unit. If he countercharges the individual, then his giant could hit the cav unit.
Yep.
But
Which
I don't know if that takes his horde off of the objective then. All right, so he is going to do the counter charge on the individual.
I think he's almost got to go for broke with the whole progressive scoring.
Yeah, I
otherwise
don't know
he's going to be out
exactly
of
where
range.
Right. I just think you're giving up a flank or potentially even a rear between Shobik and a Pappy.
Yep.
So it's not going to be great.
But I mean, it's either that or else you sit there and you end up losing the game because of progressive scoring and you can't come back in the last turn.
Yeah, true.
Unless if the horde is overhanging and killing the wolf and overrunning.
That's true. I think.
Because I did see them put a laser on it.
They did. I don't think that's the case, but even if it is, he's going to hit in the front, and that horde can't place.
But
unless,
if you kill the regiment first.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, if that's the case, then that could be a game changer. Alright, so some healing into the horde. Aaron definitely needs to keep his big unit strength units alive at this point. Right, against the monolith over here, which should still be at like 10 wounds, so. God damn, he rolled out of his mind that turn. Not snake eyes, not snake eyes. Alright. Okay, this looks like it's the Cav, his lone wolf onto the Cav unit. Did about 4 wounds, it looks like. And then the giant's random rolls and then dice after that. Another 5 wounds. Those guys didn't get a whole lot out of the drain life, so I think we should be at snakes here, pretty much.
That'll pop them.
Yeah.
And then you sidestep.
The token got moved, it looked like. It's not on the center line there. Yep, they're adjusting it back to its rightful position.
You don't overrun him, though.
Yep, the giant looks towards Shobik.
Yep.
Sense. Now against the individual, which this is the hammer measured force unit, so 4s and then 4s.
Yep.
Out average for the hits.
1 vicious.
Yep,
7
so
wounds.
7. I think they're a 13-15 or 14-16. I forget, but it's going to be a little tough to break them with just that. He forgot his overrun, but okay.
Yep. Puts him in range of dread before.
Yeah. Nerve.
I don't think he got him.
I think they're checking if it's a waiver or not. Jason, we don't reply to people that aren't joining our voice chat. What choice?
Did not break him. Oh, he's saying wait. He's saying wait. It's already been a sketchy game.
Yeah, that the horde fighting the monolith was definitely one of those where it's like, what?
Right. Because that honestly opened up the wolf to run over there.
It did, but now Matt's gonna get the. Yep. So his individual was wavered, so he just individual slides out of there.
Shobik is positioned to be able to. Nothing can save him now.
I think Shobik charged the rear. He just didn't push it all the way in. Making sure it's the right position. Shobik is going in there. But it's a ungodly large model, so he's not actually moving it where it is. So. Now, Matt, don't let your Cav unit on the left get sniped. I'd like to see him back up that cav unit so that the individual doesn't somehow come out of nowhere and just gank it in one shot for no reason. So with all of this in here, this should be a Snake Eyes on this horde.
Do you think Pappy would have been able to pop the wolf in one charge?
No. No. With 10 attacks, even if you're hitting on 3s, wounding on 2s, a lead, like, you're looking at the nerve that you can reliably pop is like a 10-12. When you get to the 11-13s, the 12-14s, it's iffy. And if you're, 13, 15, 14, 16, it's very unlikely. So, yep, so Matt picked up that horde. His positioning here is be something. We'll see.
Might as well turn your rear to that horde and hope that he comes off that token at you.
Yeah, maybe.
Or he's turning the face towards Matt so that it would be a front charge if he did, even if he did.
Yeah, I mean, that giant is looking at nothing now. It's facing towards Matt.
Right. And then on Matt's turn, if he doesn't move the giant, he can just turn and surge in.
What positioning is that? That's not where Pappy was.
Nope.
Okay. Well, if it was progressive scoring starting after turn 4, I think this was a tie game going into this turn 6 here. Matt, having killed that horde, I believe he has his individual and Pappy in range, potentially the chariot character as well.
How would you say that it was a tie game?
Well, because Aaron killed the Regiment of Cav on the bottom of turn 5. So if they score at the bottom of turn 5, Aaron would have had more unit strength on that center token. So it would have been basically 2-1 after 4, and then 3-3 after 5. Now, we obviously don't know if certain tokens are worth more or whatnot, but it's a very close game. So Pappy's sidestepping there, it looks like, which is a good move. And now he can run forward with the chariots. Yep.
Try and get in range.
Now they're trying to figure out if it's 1-3, which it looks like it is. So Matt should have 2 for Pappy, 1 for the chariot, and a half a 1 for the character, the individual. If assuming all 3 of those are in range. So that should be 3.5 unit strength. And the best that Aaron can do is 2.5 unit strength with his giant and character.
Right.
So that should secure the center token for Matt for sure, because Pappy being, I think, like a Flash 19, there's almost no way that it gets one shot by a 6 attack individual. So And Aaron can't afford to bring his horde off of the token on the right-hand side.
Right.
Or maybe he could. If they're in range to charge Shobik, yeah. Oh. What are you doing? Oh, you want to be on that token? I was thinking if he charged legit, how far would he overhang to be towards the center token then? And could he get in range to use all 4 unit strength on the center token, taking that away from Matt?
Well, if he's not charging, this is illegal as can be.
He's looking to see if he can put his individuals in the way to block off his own charge effectively. So he's checking the final position, and now he's going to run an individual just like that. And because he can't land on his own individual, his final.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Now it makes sense, but at first it wasn't.
Yeah, he did it backwards just to get the measuring done correctly, but yeah. But now he's looking, oh wait, if I just charge normally, where will I end up? And if it's within 3 inches of that token, honestly, his individuals could push him to the other side of that token. And that is pretty devastating if Matt's not able to jump something over to take the right-hand token.
Which Pappy should be able to. Run the individual over there to score that token and do this charge.
Yep. Sneaky, sneaky.
Just sit down.
Yeah. It's within 3. Well, that is a big deal. Now, but a Pappy is flying this turn, so he can, he can go over there. But again, if it's progressive scoring and they only score at the bottom of the turn,
Aaron is definitely winning after this round.
Right, Chapman's getting the advantage from that because he's able to position in these ways without Matt responding. So next turn here. It looks like Aaron's trying to reposition his Lone Wolf from where it was. The Lone Wolf, I believe, is not actually mighty, so he can do this charge through the Lone Wolf still. But this is where that charge on the monolith is actually a big deal, because we didn't think it was in the flank. So he's doing it in such a way that the giant is too tall. Pappy can't see over the top to charge the individual.
Which is whatever.
Yeah, Pappy can still just go and fly over there and use his 2 unit strength to take that token at the end of the game. And on Matt's turn, depending on distances, Matt might try to do the same thing that Aaron just did by running his individual to claim the token on the far left, and his cav unit, if they're in the flank of those ensnarers, which I believe they might be, he might if they're in range, he might do that charge there. So I don't know. This is getting very technical at the end of the game here. So.
Uh-huh.
Now, don't expect him to kill Shobik here, but he definitely rolled low on hits. So. They got to be getting close to time limit here too, so there's a turn 7. This is gonna be tight. Failed to kill. Roll for turn 7. It was 3, so that was game. Looks like Chapman likely pulled out a win. Or this very well could be a draw too. So Lone Wolf is unique with their scenarios where sometimes like killing stuff, there's no like attrition differential. So just flat out killing things in some games doesn't get you anything towards the actual game. There are usually the primary mission, and then there's typically 2 or 3 like secondary objectives. And if you accomplish those objectives, they give you like victory points towards the overall mission objective. So I know in this one they like secretly chose one of these tokens at the beginning of the game to be their secret objective. And if they score that, they get a bonus at the end. And yeah, it's going to be tight. Hopefully Matt will let us know what the final score was of this game, because I think it's going to be very close to a draw. It might be an 11-9, 12-8 at most, I would think. So the one thing Matt could have done if he foresaw this whole situation is after Shobik, in the rear of that horde, after he killed him, if Shobik would have backed up D3 inches, I think he might have backed up in a position to where he was outside of range of that center token for the horde if it charged him. He would have been exposing his rear, but they would have had to come off the token or be manipulated in some way to stay on the token. But very close game here. Like I said, once we get the any word on final results, we'll let you guys know here. But and then we'll have one more game after this for round 3.
I'll be right back. I should be able to help out with commentating some of it for the third game here, but I'll have to bounce out for the fights.
All right, no worries, man. We'll talk to you later.
I'll stay in here. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, we got some players showing up to the table. See if we can figure out who's who. All right, guys. So it looks like I'm just guessing based off of armies that I see here, but it looks like it's going to be Matt Young playing Ogres, who's at the top of the table, versus Jesse Garrett playing Forces of Nature at the bottom. I think that's who we got here, but not 100% sure. Trying to get a confirmation. Still trying to also get any scoring from the last game. It was a very close game. It was close to a draw. But I believe Aaron Chapman did get a minor victory in some way by the end of that game. So I do not know what the scenario is for round 3, but don't see any tokens out or anything, so it's likely a dominate or a control, something along, maybe invade, something like that. It looks like they're starting their deployments here. Once we get more of these deployed, we'll cover the lists that we think are happening here. So something I will say here is it looks like the army for what we think is the nature list here with Jesse at the bottom. It has a lot of scouting. So nothing with first turn charges, it appears. At least none of that threat or potential. Well, he does have one Forest Shambler Horde with Meat of Madness. And a Tree Herder with Brew of Haste, and a Tree Herder with Wine of Elvenkind. So he has some first turn threat charges if Matt decides to deploy on the 12-inch line. But we shall see. All right. So, does look like we have Jesse Garrett, the Mushroom King, apparently, versus Matt Young and his Ogres. I did also get some confirmation for the game 2 results. It did end up being an 11-9 win for Aaron over Matt. So very tight game as we expected. Yeah, so game 3 is going to be interesting. Trying to get a confirmation on the scenario for game 3 here, but it's definitely not a token scenario. No loots or pillage type scenarios, it looks like.
Alrighty.
Welcome back, Billy. So, got some confirmation. So, game 2, Aaron did end up winning 11-9 against Matt Carmack. So, very, very close game. Game 3 here, it looks as if we have Matt Young and his Ogres versus Jesse Garrett and his
Goblins.
Nature.
Nature.
Yeah. So
those models just look familiar.
Yeah, they're mushrooms. Apparently, Jesse Garrett is now known as the Mushroom King. I don't know. He's wearing some stupid hat. So.
When? What is a swim?
But yeah, it looks like they're just about done with deployment here. It looks like Matt at the top here. He has 2 hordes of shooters, which look to be the 2 hordes of ogres in the center there. He has 3 regiments of warriors, which would normally be easy to see, but he also has 2 regiments of Berserker Braves. So between those 5 regiments, I'm not exactly sure which ones are which. The other 2 hordes that he has on the right are Siege Breakers. One with Staying Stone, one with a Chalice of Wrath, as you should. He has a Sergeant with a crossbow, but no Paymaster upgrade, which I'm curious about. He has a lot of Merc in this list, so. He has 2 Berserker Bullies, which again it's going to be tough to tell which heroes are which, because all the Ogre heroes are the same base sizing. But one of the Bullies has a Meat of Madness. He has an Ogre Warlock with the Boomstick and Lightning Bolt. And I think he paid for Mind Fog 1 on that guy as well, which is interesting. And then he has Namagrok. So he has 14 drops, 25 unit strength total. And then Jesse, who's on the bottom of the table here, he has 2 regiments of Hunters of the Wild, which once he moves his ridiculous fucking hat, we'll find them, hopefully. I believe one of them is to the far right there. Looks like another one, looks similar, is in the center of his line. Kind of in that water feature. He has 2 hordes of Forest Shamblers, which I believe are the slightly bigger mushroom heads. One to the left in that water feature as well, and the other one on the very center of the board to the right. One of those has Meat of Madness, so Wild Charge 1, potential first turn charge situation. He has 2 hordes of Scorchwings. Both of them, I believe, are on the far left. He has 2 Pegasus, which I assume are the things sitting behind the units. He has Kapoka, who gives Phalanx to all the Verdant units, which is everything besides Pegasus and Scorchwings. And he has 3 Tree Herders. One with the Brew of Haste, one with the Wine of Elvenkind, and the other one has the Wiltfather upgrade. Brings him to 12 drops, 23 unit strength. And once you get his giant-ass hat to move, you'll see exactly where they are all sit next to each other. It looks like Matt is updating who's playing here on the stream as well. I just saw the names go up, so thank you, Matt.
Now Jason doesn't have to text me, he could just read.
That's right. But can he read? So, this is going to be annoying if this is how Jesse's going to play the whole game. He's just going to put his hat on the table and never let us see what's actually happening. But it looks like his scout moves are happening here. He's just moving everything up. The Wine of Elvenkind Tree Herder is obviously the one that's kind of cocked there on the left of those. So between the Brew of Haste Tree Herder and the Wine of Elvenkind Tree Herder, and also the Mead of Madness Forest Shamblers, all three of those units have the potential to charge on turn 1. And honestly, the way Matt deployed, and I would be surprised if he doesn't charge turn 1 into that regiment of ogres there. Right by the building. Because those shooters, he wants to get in their face anyway. Oh, and I got a confirmation. We are playing Control for Game 3.
Even more reason to charge round 1.
Absolutely. Might as well. So, that first turn roll is pretty big here. Let's see. Here. A lot of measuring from under that ridiculous fucking hat. And now we get a double charge. Potentially even a triple. Let's see. Oh, look, he even has a cute little mushroom koozie for his light beer. This guy. Well, I don't know how much Matt Young's been playing recently. I know he was out of the scene for a little while, but I think this is exactly what Jesse wants at this point. He got some first turn charges. Matt's army is practically cut in half because of this building situation in the deployment zone. Yeah, I think Jesse just wants to deal with this half of the army, and then he'll turn around and fight the other half if it decides to come around that building there. Literally can't see shit. Just nothing. This goddamn hot. It looks like Jesse has the wolf. I see that there. He's moving it now, even though you can't really see it because of the hat. And I'm trying to scour for what Matt has. Maybe
Does it by chance say it on? It says Ranger on the list.
Does it? Okay, so it looks Ranger. I think it might be on the left-hand side of his line. It looks like behind a regiment of warriors next to the fire mage guy there. I think that might be an individual. Kind of blends in, but Jesse's taking a sweet ass time to count out dice. It's not like we're going to see what he rolls ever, but
right
here it goes. Oh boy, it looks like something. I can only see 2 of the dice. I don't know what to say. There's nothing to see here. Oh, I see 2 ones. I don't know if that's the nerve roll or if these are wound rolls. Who knows? He did something. I don't know how much. God damn. Oh, well, those dice are nice when we can see them. You rolled a 5 for nerve, it looks like. All right, so I think we're on to the melee combat. Top of turn 1, as you do, melee. He rolled a 3 for his second nerve. I don't know what he rolled for his normal dice, though. He had 20 attacks on 3s and 2s with Vicious. Is it enough? Is a 3 enough?
Nobody's moving at all.
Nothing's moving. Is it good? Who knows? Was it enough? No units are getting picked up. I don't see any wounds. What? What's happening, guys? What? What is happening? So not
confused.
enough?
I'm assuming no.
I guess he failed to kill the regiment on the charge.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, he should have like roughly 13 hits, 14 hits, and then pretty much everything should convert, wounding on 2s with Vicious. So, and they're not rallied because he didn't take the Paymaster, so they're only at 12-14. So he must have only done 10 wounds or less. I blame the hat.
That's valid.
All right, now does he have a flank onto one of these tree herders?
We should.
It's not a good choice, but does he have it? I don't think the shooters are going to do enough in the flank, but
What?
I guess if he has Nom nearby, he could have Bane Chance as well. So he could be doing a flank. Still only averages 9 wounds from those guys. So
Yeah, I guess if they're shooters, then yeah,
their shooters are not.
That's
yeah,
it.
they're not.
I haven't looked at the list yet, so.
Oh no, Matt. Matt's moving Siege Breakers as if they were speed 6. They got nerfed, Matt. They're only speed 5. Oh boy. Because, yeah, he didn't give speed items on those guys. He gave waiver mitigation, so.
Mm-hmm.
Well. Some unexpected things have happened so far. Unit that should have been dead to rights is still alive. Wasn't a Snake Eyes either. Not sure what Matt's doing. He moved that right flank quickly, but the other one not so much. Checking his line of sights with his shooters. Yeah. Yeah, so I think those blue tokens that Matt puts out are waiver tokens.
It would make the most sense.
Because it looks like the shooting wavered the unit on the left as well. Yeah, I mean, Matt threw the unit up just to block up a little bit. I think he's going to try to get some value out of his shooters for a turn or two here. Which, if Jesse put his Scorchwings on the hill over here on the left, that's not a good placement by Jesse.
Which they should be, by the looks of it at least.
Yeah. So that could very easily be a dead Scorchwing unit. I don't see anything inspiring over that way either, so I think the closest inspiring is Kapoka, which looks like she's sitting next to the Lone Wolf there in the kind of center left of the battle line. But yeah, not sure what Matt's looking at here. He's likely not going to move his shooters, which means that the only things he has to move are the other regiment of warriors or berserkers back left, and then his characters on the left-hand side as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that wasn't straight, but okay. It looks like that. There it is. That's his shooter guy. Oh my god, Matt, you're just throwing your regiments around. So yeah, it looks like the Lone Ranger is out on the left there. He's moving up in range to unload.
Decided to charge instead.
Yeah, I don't mind that. He's charging the unit that's faster. These Hunters of the Wild are only speed 5. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jesse accidentally didn't pre-measure to get them within 10 inches of the shooters back there. Which is definitely a mistake. He should have pushed up aggressively enough to keep everything threatened by every one of his units.
Right.
His Lone Wolf, though, which I don't know how it actually got there. It does have Pathfinder, I remember now. So, yeah, it can run through the forest just fine. But, yeah, it looks like Matt's setting up for a shooting battery onto the left-hand side here. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to try to take out both Scorch Wings. If he spikes one of these shooter hordes into a Scorch Wing, it's a big deal for sure. But something that Jesse has going for him is that one of, I believe, the tree herder on the left engaged in combat there is the one that's nimble, so he'll be able to shut down these shooters after this turn.
Yep. It's a big tall task to get both of the Scorch Wings, but for sure he could get one.
He has two. He has Nom and a Warlock. He has the Lone Ranger there as well. Like it can happen. And what I'm seeing is they're not inspired, so that's a big mistake on Jesse's end if both of these aren't inspired out there. And if these are clean shots on everything because he put them on the hill, this is not where it's at for Jesse. Can't really read Matt's dice very well, but luckily Jesse has some good big size wound counters for us, so that far left unit's taken 5 so far. And I believe that was just the Warlocks or potentially the shooter character. Alright, so this is the first horde on to, I believe, the same unit that just took 5. Looks like pretty good hits if all the... Oh my... Oh, okay, I thought it was all the... That was about right then. But that's another 5, it looks like. So 10, he only needs a 6 one time, unless he hit it with Shattering already. So if it's just a 6 one time and I'm mad, I would have started shooting the other unit.
Yeah.
That's a lot of hits there. Oh my god, that's like 9 wounds there.
That's pretty good.
Okay, he threw it all into the same. This is why I wouldn't have done that. I would have split. I would have shot your hordes first, and then split fire accordingly after that. This definitely seems like you way overkilled one of these units, and you potentially could have killed.
With that roll, you could have killed both easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, he has a sergeant with a crossbow as well. That's over here too, so that's another 5 shot. Yeah, I think if Matt did this the right order of operations, he could have killed 2 units here easily. More hits, another 2 wounds, I believe. Yeah, I mean, jeez. That's a dead horde on the left. 19 wounds, definitely. Oh, he wavered the other horde. That's something. Okay.
I still agree with the first comment, though.
Yeah.
Dead is better than wavered.
Yeah. Especially if that waver, like, if that horde that's wavered was outside of inspiring range, it easily was dead if you did firing slightly different. Because all you needed was another 1 or 2 wounds to kill it with the nerve roll you had.
Right.
I don't know if you saw that.
I did not.
Jesse was looking to see if the character was overhanging. It was it wasn't fully behind the unit in front. And while he went up to point at it, he nudged the regiment over to the side, and it was clearly then not behind the unit. All right. Well, let's see how Jesse responds here. And this is where that nimble guy's coming into play. He's seeing if he can get into the shooters here. So I think he definitely can. The Wilt Daddy's going to do his work. Yeah. This is going to get ugly fast, I think, so. Oh, and he has his Lone Wolf up here. Yeah, that's a good idea, guys. Let's just get rid of that annoying obstacle.
Now we're just going to work on the hat.
Yeah, I've already messaged Mark and asked if he can remove that from the tournament for us. I appreciate that Jesse has some big dice that we can read easily, but nothing's going to let us read anything through that hat. Jesse, you're always going to be playing on your opponent's half of the table with this army. Why does it need to be like this? Is Jesse cheating here under his hat? It looks like he is. So his Scorch Wings were wavered. When you're wavered or disordered, you lose fly, and you lose nimble when you lose fly. So his pivot and backup is completely illegal here by the Scorchwing unit. He should not be doing that. At this point, I think they should just throw him out of the tournament. Between the hat, cheating, I think that's enough. That's all we needed. And there goes the Hunters of the Wild on the right. Just going to play Ring Around the Rosie with that building there and those Siege Breakers for now. Jesse hasn't even had to sacrifice either of his Pegasus yet. He is, which is really nice for him in this scenario to keep those flying, nimble, unit strength 1 units alive.
Right.
So I think the poor target priority on Matt's end for round 1 of shooting is likely going to cost him a lot this game. Well, I believe this was a heal he's casting. I think Kapoka has heal. Yeah, heal 4. We healed a couple off of that unit there. Or just one, it looks like, but still. Cloak of Death from, what's his name? Big Bad Boy. I forget what his name is now. Wilt Daddy went off. And I wonder if he's going to pop the double dread ability from the wolf this turn. He is in a pretty prime position to benefit from it anyway. Jesse's rolling dice. We don't know what for. It looks like it was the shooters in the back right, or the back center. He rolled an 8 for nerve. It might be good. We don't know. That is a waiver, it looks like. No, he's picking up the unit. But he's not removing it. Oh, he's replacing it back down.
That's so confusing.
I don't know. I think it's a waiver. Between Cloak of Death, Double Dread, an 8 rolled. I mean, you're looking at 11, so all he had to do was 4 wounds. So, yeah, it's likely wavered. Which is big. I'm not sure what we're rolling for here, but I see some dice come out behind the hat occasionally. Oh, he pointed there. He's fighting the ogre regiment on the left. The front left. Okay, it looks like he's done a decent amount here. I see what Matt does. Those tokens. Looks like the blue tokens are a small denomination, maybe a 1 or 2. Might be even written on, can't tell. But the red ones appear to be like a 5-point denomination.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't tell top down, but when he puts those tokens out, there's wounds being taken. So, all right. So he killed that regiment. Now he's going to reform illegally. It looks like again. That's it's not physically possible to do that reform he just did without sidestepping first. So I'm going to go make sure Jesse knows he's been cheating this entire game after this. I'll report him to the Lonewolf authorities. We'll send clips of his cheating behaviors. All right, what else you got, Jesse? Picks up that regiment of ogres that probably should have died last turn. And here he goes again, pivoting. That one might have been legal, I don't know. I'm just assuming he's doing all this illegal shit from here on out, so. All right, big question. Does Wilt Daddy plus the Lone Wolf take out the unit of shooters? I see lots of good numbers that came out of the hat. There's some more good ones, sure. Might have been enough. Oh, 5, 6, 7 maybe? Plus that. Then he's got his Lone Wolf. Should have been another 3 or 4 there, probably. 7, 8 with Cloak of Death. Oh, dead once. 7 should be enough. Dead twice. All right. That's a big deal for sure. All right. Is he going to sidestep his Lone Wolf first? He sure is. Good player. Good player. Now, which way does the Wilt Daddy look? Yeah, left. I get it. I wouldn't have been upset if he looked back towards the middle of the board, honestly. He's going to have to come deal with these siege breakers eventually, so.
Right.
Gives up a rear charge to those sergeant. Who cares? Let him have it. All right, well, that went pretty much as expected for Jesse. Oh, he took off the hat and he walked away from the table. Okay. Well,
Possibly got one benefit.
Yeah.
We'll see if it stays up when he gets back.
Right. And then look at Matt go here. He is trying to hunt down that one regiment on the right-hand side. He's like, I'll find you. I'll find your family. And I'll murder the mushrooms. Matt's just kind of throwing shit forward now. I mean, nothing's actually looking at him, but... All right, so it looks like Matt has split that right force. One trying to track down those pesky hunters of the wild. I don't know if that's a good play or not, though, because I feel like the hunters of the wild could easily just protect their flank from this building, and the Siegebreaker Horde will not be able to do anything. Yeah. And then I don't know if this reinforcement of siege breakers plus what I assume is the double bullies coming in to the center of the board here is going to be enough. I think he's already lost everything on this left-hand side at this point, so we'll see. But his Lone Ranger's running around still shooting, so
that shatter can do something.
Yeah, I expect he's going to go after some Scorch Wings again here. He was moving to get a clean shot on him, so. I'm not sure what Matt's going to be doing here at this point. He's throwing some ogre regiments in to these guys. We'll see if it likely isn't enough to kill him. But I think he's just trying to buy some time for the Siegebreaker Horde who needs to pick up like 5 units before the end of the game. It's going to be tough. Trying to run away from tree herders. Sorry if anyone's listening. There's really not much going on right now. Matt's was deciding where to move his characters, but yeah, ultimately don't think it really had a huge impact. So I think he's shooting now into the Scorchwings back there. Potentially lightning bolting. I don't know for sure which is which, but yeah. Scorchwings are up to 9 wounds now. I think he has another lightning bolt to throw at him.
What are they, 14, 16?
Yes. And they are inspired this time, I believe. Looks like he got him up to 11 wounds, so need a 4 twice because of shattering. And did a wound or 2 to the what I believe is the Wilt Father. Once killed the Scorchwings, twice. I think Jesse could have definitely positioned the Scorchwings better on turn 1, which would have likely led to them not dying as quickly as they did. But it is what it is. I think him not having them on this left flank is going to allow for Matt to run around with a few characters and be annoying just for the purposes of this scenario. So, but his regiments didn't do much. Looks like 3 wounds onto the horde of shamblers. This appears to be a berserker regiment, so it should put out a little bit more hurt. A lot of hits.
Mm-hmm.
But these guys are defense 5. He's crushed 1, so looks like came out to about 6 wounds. They should still be fine. It is a waiver, it appears, which is spicy.
Pretty big.
I think there's a tree herder looking right at their flank, though, so I don't think it's going to save that unit. We can see Jesse's glorious bald head now instead of that awful mushroom hat. Checking to see if Wilt Daddy has an angle on anybody here. Doesn't look like it, but we don't have the best angle ourselves. And this is why last turn I had said I wouldn't be upset if Wilt Daddy had turned to look towards the center of the table. It felt like it was pretty clear that you had enough looking the other way. And the thing that you need to be prepared for is the siege breakers and those berserker bullies coming around. We're checking that angle several times now, though, so... Does his nimble shenanigans and gets into the crossbowmen. Now he'll bring the regiment in. Or actually, that's a horde of shamblers. Brings in the flank and Radiance of Life. Now he's just deciding what does his lone wolf go after. Like he's going after... Can't tell if it's Nom or if it's the lightning bolt guy. I think this might be the warlock with the boomstick on the far left there. And I think the other one's Namagrok, which apparently he had angled to. Yeah.
It was close.
Is big. That is big if that's the case, because that's a guaranteed kill in the rear charge, barring any snake eyes. But and yeah, those cloak of deaths really, really matter. Oh yeah, and he has his individual out there too. That is going to be a problem, because those characters now can't really be annoying by running around out on the left-hand side of the table. They're pretty well going to get cleaned up here. The warlock might not, but yeah, that's a big deal. So now he's just got to decide where he wants his Pegasus. And that kind of weird. He the Hunters of the Wild on the right-hand side. He pivoted them to that. I don't know. Does that block anything? Not sure what that does. Also, Jesse should be taking this wavered unit of Hunters of the Wild in the center of the board there. Do a withdraw and then completely reform 180 so that he doesn't get rear charged by Berserker Bullies. But we'll see. Jesse just trying to figure out the best place for these Pegasus to live. Boca hiding, trying to get a line for a heal to the 5 wounds there. I go down to 3. And it looks like it's combat from here. Not sure why Jesse is doing the wrong order here. It looks like he's fighting his Shamblers into the regiment first, and he did 1 wound, or 2 wounds. He should be trying to kill the Inspiring Sources first.
You got him flustered. He knows you're watching now.
That's right. I already told him he was cheating. Oh, look, he wavered the unit. He also just needs to roll better. Apparently, removing the hat lets us see the dice now, so we can see he rolls like crap. Oh, look at that roll. Oh, that's gotta be a 5 hits. It's not right, though. So he did like 4 wounds to the crossbow. Sergeant back there. But here's where we can tell if Jesse's a good player or not. does he still pick up the sergeant with a 11 twice? No, not a good player. Not a good player. All right. He's going to do the flank here. Again, he should have been killing the characters first. But well, at least he hit better this time. And that's a lot of wounds, so this should be anything but snake eyes here. Got him. And he's cheating again. A wavered unit does not get to reform off of a combat they don't participate in. Jesse will be getting a formal complaint from the rules committee. This guy here, just at left, right, center, cheating. All right. So he's definitely not fighting the character first here, which is the wrong thing to do, Jesse. The Mushroom King's been taking too many restrooms today. Let's see. Never punished. Unlucky. All right. The rear charge on what I believe is Nam from the Wilt Daddy. They're just letting him do some nerve rolls here. Oh, there's the snake eyes. It happened.
Yep.
He gets punished. He got punished. Well, now he's got to roll out the attacks to see how many wounds he did to Nam. See if he devastated him or not. They're just saying automatic devastation. Don't even roll, apparently. All right, here's the Lone Wolf. 4 hits. He's got vicious, so he did 4 wounds. 5 from the Cloak of Death. 6 with Dread. He needs an 8 twice to kill this guy.
That is not an 8.
He is not a good player. That has been confirmed.
Oh, gotta roll better than that.
Oh, apparently it's a waiver. Maybe he popped his double Dread.
So I think that would make sense.
Yeah. Well. So these siege breakers, if he's playing them as actual speed 10, I think might not be able to charge. He was definitely moving them as speed 6 the first 2 turns. Yeah, so it looks like these guys are just kind of taking their time here. Not sure what everything's doing yet. Matt's just looking over the board.
Well, as much as I hate to do it, I'm going to hop out.
All right, Billy. Good hanging out with you.
Catch you in a little bit.
Yep, will do. Who's fighting tonight?
It is the Volkanovski night. Patty Pimblett's fighting. It's a big card.
That sounds like it. All right, I'm looking forward to watching those.
So all right, we'll catch you
sorry,
later.
sorry, YouTube. Those won't be on this channel.
That's a big time no.
Take it easy, Billy.
Later.
While they're mulling over what movements they want to do, I'm going to step away just for a moment to grab a drink and a quick bite. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, I'm back with the snack. Doesn't look like we've really missed much of anything. Berserker Bullies are going into stuff. And it looks like the Siegebreaker Horde was still out of range to hit anything, so... All right. Looks like he's running everything. There we go. So the bully went into the rear of those what's it called? Shamblers instead of the front of the other unit. It looks like on the other side of the board, Matt didn't move anything. I'm not sure if he did or not. I did step away, but I thought he would either be trying to pin back the unit on the right hand side or something. Well, looks like 11 wounds from the bully. And I believe the horde was already wavered, so that appears to be a failed nerf roll. Maybe a Snake Eyes was given back there because I don't see a waiver token going out either. He flanked his 6 wounds, and he killed the Pegasus. That, again, I believe was a poor placement by Jesse. I think there were plenty of safe spaces for him to live. Jumping the lines. Yeah, the Ranger could maybe shoot at him, but if you just kind of keep them within the rest of your stuff, you have surge potential even that the Ranger has to respect. So here we go. Looks like they've just forgot about the other side of the board. So moving up, double charging. Again, I feel like Jesse could have prevented some of this, but they're just saying Snake Eyes it one time. Good enough. Yep, pick up the unit. I mean, Jesse's happy with taking away 2 units for the rest of the game, basically. But I think he still could have delayed a little bit better on that. All right, where are we off to next? Is there any other combats? Doesn't look like it. The bully failing his rear charge was unfortunate there. Looks like he's going to get flanked for sure. Looking to see if he has sight on the other bully. Even if he doesn't, I think his Wilt Daddy is free to do a surge this turn. So So Lone Wolf is hunting down that warlock over there, which I think is fine. Nam is devastated, so he's half unit strength, which means that he can't even control one of these areas at the end of the game. And his spells are all half as powerful when he casts them, so. Looks like Jesse's going for a double charge here, which isn't the worst thing, I guess, but I mean, he's definitely not breaking that unit anytime soon. So I'd like to know where his units are sitting in the for the board purposes of the game here. Either. Oh, really? This Pegasus is going into the flank of that Siege Breaker Horde. I guess you might as well. Siege Breakers probably kill whatever they touch or close to it. Good death. Oh, it looks like he charged the individual with the Wilt Daddy. I forgot that guy was there. Moving around, get some heal off on the unit. Yep, cleared their 2 wounds. Easy enough. Alrighty. But yeah, everything's so heavily damaged here. I expect Jesse will pick up most every unit besides this horde of siege breakers that he's in combat with currently. But we'll see. Oh my god, that's an awful roll. Two hits, 2 wounds, I guess, but out of 10 attacks, he had 2 hits on 3s. Oh my god. He's fine. Wow. That's 2 times we've seen a 10 attacks on 3s. Oh, maybe it's a waiver? I guess he did have several Cloaks of Death stacked up as well throughout the game here. But, yeah. Matt Carmack in last game rolled only 2 hits with Shobik on 3s as well. That is crazy. Alrighty, he did some wounds to the sergeant back there, rolled a 4, and looks like a 9, so Cleaned up the sergeant. Hey, he's killing the inspiring units this game, or this turn. What a guy. He's doing it in the right order. Yep. Oh, killed the Berserker Bully now. Yes. Yeah. Good choice, Jesse. All right, 18 attacks, 3s and 2s. Five misses. One, two, three ones, so it should be 10 wounds total. Bullies are, I believe, a dash 15. So once and twice. Picks up the bully. The inspiring is now gone. Well played. Well done. And now you do the regiment here. Those shooters already are up to 10 wounds, maybe even more, so it should be pretty light work here, but we'll see. So I saw Jesse. Oh yeah, these are. This is a horde of what's it called? Tree herders, not tree herders, forest shamblers. That thing, the different types of trees. So did several more wounds. We should be at Snake Eyes one time here. He did not roll Snake Eyes, so. And they turn around as they should. 10 wounds after they got a Radiance of Life, so. All right. And then this is a big one. If somehow Jesse spikes a good nerve roll here and picks this horde up because it's uninspired, that the game's it's over at that point. Like, there's nothing left on the board that's going to do anything to Jesse, so. But we will see. All right, 4 Shamblers. It looks like you're first. They need 5s to wound. And let's see, like 3 of them, it looks like. And the regiment here. It's on 3s, but that was a pretty poor roll. And 6s. I think I see 1 there. So what? 4 wounds? Maybe? And a 10. 5 plus 10. That's 15. It would be a waiver, but he has a Fury unit and a Chalice of Rat, or a Stang Stone, so normally a waiver, but it won't be a waiver. We don't really care which one's which here, but he either is going to have Fury or he was 16-17. So, but that was pretty close. If Jesse just did a wound or 2 more, that was a big deal. So let's see where Matt tries to countercharge there. Let's see here. What turn is this? Like bottom of 4? Yeah, so this is bottom of 4 here. They were engaged top of turn 1, for those that didn't get to see that. Jesse has 3 units that had a potential charge for turn 1, and 2 of them did complete a charge. So it was a fast engagement. Shotgun wedding, if you will. Not sure what they're discussing here, but they might have forgotten about the lone wolf fighting that character in the top left, which I believe is the warlock. All right, well, let's see what's going on here. Ooh. Not sure what they're doing yet. So maybe debating if he can charge the horde of forest gamblers there. Looks like he has plenty of room to squeak in. He can definitely see them, so I would imagine he would be able to, but probably depends on a wild charge roll too, which you do before you declare charges, so. Yep, there we go. So the Lone Ranger is charging Kapoka over there. I believe the Lone Ranger has Duelist, so it'll have a lot of attacks, but there's no crushing or thunder with it, so not really too threatening, but he'll shut down the heal at the very least. And then, yeah, not sure what they're trying to do here. Just gonna walk out of the forest. Guess. I'm not sure what this is accomplishing here. So he's just moving. He didn't even get out of the forest. He's just positioning at this point, trying to stay out of charge of tree herders and stuff. And okay, yeah. And then a devastated Nom is going to try to throw a lightning bolt into 10 wounded unit. I don't think he has a great chance of actually breaking that unit because it's only like lightning bolt 2 right now. 4s and 4s. 50% chance to even do a wound. And then you need a 6 twice for the nerve to break him. Don't really like those odds. And then I'm not sure which unit this Siegebreaker Horde in the middle is countercharging. Sure, there's a dialogue on the table happening. Okay. Countercharging the Hunters of the Wild. Sounds good. But if you don't break them, that's going to be really bad. Getting flanked and everything, so. But, lightning bolts failed, it looks like, so nothing there. Not even sure if he had line of sight with the force and everything, but oh well. Combat. This appears to be I think this is the only combat. It's the Horde of Siegebreakers, so yeah. And this is bottom of turn 4 as well, by the way. Pretty damn good. Holy shit, that was a lot of wounds. Not Snake Eyes. Not Snake Eyes, so picked it up. Now he just needs to keep everybody in the front. Tree Herder coming in this time, but yeah. And oh yeah, he does have the individual fighting over there as well. Right. Should be a lot of hits. I think he hits on 4s in melee, but Focus should be defense 5 if I'm not mistaken. No, she's only defense 4. Okay. So, yeah, this could hurt. 5 wounds. Yeah, that's about right. Maybe a little bit better, but that's okay. Alright, the Lone Wolf is going to try to run down that person. I mean, Nom is worthless at this point. Devastated for those missing it. Nom got dealt 20 damage or something and then Snake Eyes. So Nom is the one on the hill in the bottom left there. And when you're devastated, you are half unit strength as well as half your attack values. So unit strength 1 gets rounded down to 0. They are playing control. So unit strength 0 is worthless. You are not contributing to the game. On my mind, you want to get rid of the actual unit strength. So this is top of 5. both players should start looking at the control zones. So Matt does have 2 units alive on the right-hand side. There's a regiment in the top right. There's a horde of siege breakers in the bottom right. It seems pretty safe to say that he's going to definitely have those 2. On the left, the Lone Wolf is hunting down these pesky characters. So if he's able to do that for the next 2 turns, and the Lone Wolf is half a unit strength value itself, so it can control one of these zones by itself. Or push over the edge if it's a 1-to-1 tie or whatnot. At this point, I think it's probably safe if Jesse goes into the Warlock with his Lone Wolf. That thing should be up to 7 wounds or so. But, yeah. And then he needs to clean up the center here, which, there we go. We got the triple charge coming in. Radiance of Life goes off. I will be right. I'm back. So, alright, so it looks like Jesse decided to go after Nam, even though Nam doesn't count as unit strength. So, that was likely something that he's overlooked himself. Doesn't quite understand, maybe. Or maybe he feels like he can control the Warlock better and has a better chance of getting that. So, I don't know. They're counting as if it's potentially turn 6, but this is definitely turn 5. Oh my god. Jesse, what are you doing there? Okay. I thought he was trying to move the Wilt Daddy after doing a 180. Okay, he's just moving to control more territory here. Basically, he doesn't want that bully to be more annoying. He thinks he can stand a charge. It is a hinder charge to the front from that bully, so it's very likely that he can withstand it. And then Kapoka just runs into the forest to be stealthy cover or hinder charge. All right. Combats. The Lone Wolf got 4 hits and did 3 wounds. Not a snake eyes, not a snake eyes. So he picked up, what's his name? Nam. He should be backing up now, which is roughly either 3 or 4. I think it's 3 inches, so that is a good outcome for Jesse, even though I don't think he needed to go after that character. So let's see if he can pick up the Siegebreaker hordes next. Let's see. those dice. Come on, Jesse. So this is the flank from the Pegasus, who only hit twice on 3s. Did 1 wound. Okay, so that horde should be up to 6. Because it had 5 on it from last turn. Alright, next is... Next is somebody. Alright, this looks like it's the tree herder. They hit most of the attacks this time. And did several wounds, so that's another 7, I believe. So that's big. 7 plus 6 he had, so 13. He just needs 1 or 2 more wounds here to put it at Snake Eyes effectively. Just 1 time. Yep, they're just saying do the Snake Eyes. 1 time, that was enough right there. So that horde should be dead. And there he goes. So now the question is, yep, that's Jesse. All right, so that's his center right there. He definitely needs to keep that unit strength 3 unit in his center. Otherwise, the ogres can run to the center. He possibly can afford to have his tree herder go off and combine with the Pegasus to go into the top right of the board. And if he does that, then he can negate points from Matt because the regiment is unit strength 2 over there. But it looks like he's going to ignore the right side of the board completely, and everything is... Yep. Just going to be in the center here. So... Again, this should be top 5. Or no, this is top of 6. I apologize, everyone. Yeah, so I don't like the move that Jesse made at all then with this being turn 6. He definitely should have killed the Warlock in the top left. I mean, the only reason he wouldn't do that is because he didn't know that Devastated means that Nom wouldn't count for unit strength. Because half unit strength rounded down, 1 goes to 0, so... But who knows? Maybe there will be a turn 7 and none of it matters anyway. So, yeah, that guy just goes 6 inches. And he'll shoot his lightning bolt probably. Yep, and those units from the right are threatening to come in to the center and contest these objectives. So this goes back to if Jesse would have delayed longer on that right-hand side with his one unit that was over there, even if he did it one more turn, these units wouldn't be close to coming into the center and threatening the objectives here. So. So, the big question is, where does this Berserker Bully go? And what does that lightning bolt in the top left shoot at? Likely in combination with the other guy. Alright, so he goes there. He's not going to break that unit. Just a hindered charge, just no way. So his guy runs there. Yep, he's going to shoot at the 9-wound horde. Lightning bolt 5 to start. Couple hits. One more wound. 2 more wounds. Ooh, that's big. And then he has shooting from the Lone Ranger. Considering splitting fire, it looks like maybe trying to take out the Pegasus, which would be ballsy. Three hits into whatever he's shooting at. Wow. He did split fire, so 3 wounds. So he needs a 6 twice on that horde, which... Once? Twice. Wow, he got it. And then 3, I believe those guys are 10, 12. Once, but not twice, maybe? Maybe a waiver. Ooh. Wow. That was a gamble on Matt's part there. Paid off. Wow. Okay. Definitely interesting. Yeah, he's seeing what he can charge over here. It looks like he's got the individual, the Lone Ranger, in range with his wolf. Four wounds, brutal. He needed double six twice. Not happening. So that was bottom of 6, I believe. Maybe it was bottom 5. I don't exactly remember.
Game is close to be wrapping up, time-wise and turn-wise as well. Okay, so doing some sidestepping, making sure that horde is in on his side of the board in the center for sure. He is going to fight the Lone Ranger. Or maybe not fight, maybe it's just to have the unit strength there. Yeah, it didn't look like he was in range, potentially. Taking the flank on the bully. Just reforming the Pegasus. He's cheating again, folks. He's doing it again. Flying unit cannot back up after reforming. Oh, okay. So now he's not cheating. He just backed up. Nope, he's cheating again, folks. He's backing up. He backed up even through a building after he's lost fly, after he's wavered. This is ridiculous. Also, I think that was a terrible move because now he's out of inspiring even. He might not get shot by lightning bolt, but yeah. Also, he's not doing Radiance of Life stuff right now, which he probably should. He does heal 3 back. So, yeah, I apologize. This is top of 6 here. So. Alright, combat. I don't think he was in range to charge the individual down there, so I think it's just the flank onto the Berserker Bully. That's a lot of 1s and 2s, folks. That's a lot of 1s and 2s. But converted a decent amount there. So 5. Got him once, got him twice. Okay. Alright, so it looks like currently Jesse has 3 unit strength in the top center between 2 tree herders and a Pegasus. He has the Wilt Daddy in the bottom left. He then has the unit strength 3 Horde plus half unit strength with the character, the Lone Wolf, into the bottom center. So, And then right now, Matt. Oh, they forgot to move a guy, I guess. Yeah, okay. But moved it to still be, it looks like, in the center, but or maybe not. Maybe he's contesting up there. Yeah, that's generous if they're allowing Jesse to move a unit after all the combats and everything is done to see exactly where he ended up with everything. Yeah, that's just a big mistake by not moving your stuff, Jesse. So. And you're clearly discussing it right now, so. All right, so measuring again. So 3.5 in the bottom center for Jesse. At least 2 in the top center right now. 1 in the bottom left. And then that tree herder in the top left is either in the top left sector or in the top center sector. Not quite sure. I think it is the top left the more we're looking at it. So Matt has 4 units left here to move, and they're all on the corners of the board here. So all right, let's see what Matt can do here, because I think there's some, there's some play here to really scratch back or even pull it to a draw, potentially. Because I feel like his... Yep, so the horde goes there. And it's majority in the bottom center. Okay. So currently, if they do that, it's a draw in the center. I think the regiment in the top right can run to the center. And then that would be a draw in the center, top center as well. And so bottom left is then Jesse's. The top left is currently contested. So Jesse would be ahead by 1. But if the individual that's moving right there shoots off that character or that thing, then wait, Matt, move your unit to the top center. What are you doing? All right, you killed it. It's not inspired, so it's dead. Yeah. Okay. What? All right. Well, maybe Matt can now move his unit after he sees that. What is going on here? Because I thought this warrior regiment in the top right was absolutely going to be running straight forward. And then it was going to be a tie. All right, so currently top left is contested. So that's a draw. Jesse controls the bottom left with his Wilt Daddy. The bottom center is contested because of the horde and character versus the horde and character. The top center is Jesse's, and the top right is Matt's. So it's currently 2-1 for control. I think it's 2-1. I'm just confused because I thought it was a very clear that regiment, which is unit strength 2 in the top right, would just run to the center of the board and control that zone after the Pegasus got shot off. I mean, it just seems obvious to me, but maybe they said they did it and they just didn't move it. I don't know for sure what's going on here. But either way, as we saw, Jesse cheated several times throughout the game, so he doesn't deserve to win. That's why I want him to not win here. Just have it a draw. But in the end, very close game, very good game. The last two games here today were very, very tight. Seemed like there was a couple things that could change the outcome in the very end, but ultimately, we're not the ones playing the game. The players are making the decisions in time crunch. So, yeah. But that is the last game for today. I believe it was either an 11-9 or a 12-8 victory for Jesse in this game. So it was very, very close. But Jesse did pull out a minor victory in the end. So that is where we're going to leave it for today. And I believe the stream will be back up tomorrow. And it should be showing the top two tables, or top table, for both round 4 and 5 of Lonewolf. So anybody that's watching this or watching the replay, I'm sure they'd love to have you back tomorrow. I'll likely be on, and hopefully we'll see several other people on as well. So that is all for me. I am out of here.